What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to my channel. Welcome all my new subscribers, and to all my subscribers, I want to thank each and every single one of you guys for taking the time out of your busy day to watch and support my channel. It means the world to me. We are live from sunny California. Who's all here? And let's get into this. I'm just kidding. I'm not Papa Smurf. You know who I am. Who's all here? Firebird, what's going on, sir? Mark, Humberto, what's happening, everybody? That's right, the new Taco Man, what's happening? So, today is the very first live Phoenix E.O.D video channel. Humberto, you're absolutely right. You've always been there from the beginning, and I really appreciate it. Prestige Detailing, good to see you. Ryan, hello, sir. Good to see you. I'm surprised that you had a chance to get away from all of this, seeing how you have a new young one in the house. Congratulations, my man. So tonight is a very special night for me. Not only is it a special guest star, a good friend of mine, Papa Smurf, but also this also marks the 1 year anniversary from my very first live stream with Erik as Phoenix E.O.D. I think we talked October 20th of last year, and now this year, October 23rd. So it is pretty much 1 year since the first time that we got together. So I'm very excited about this. I'd like to hope that this is the first of many live streams. I've been given very explicit instructions on what I need to do to make a real YouTube channel and make it work. Another one of my horsemen, Brian, from Apex Auto Detailing, has been very inspirational and helpful and very hands-on. So there's a whole lot of Ryan Mulhern. I was talking to Ryan Hansen, I think. I thought I saw Ryan Hansen in here. Anyway, so yeah, Brian is absolutely awesome. He's been here in the warehouse. He's been helping me with making videos, and just this past Monday, we were in here playing with soap, and we have made some unbelievable soap. We'll get into that later in the broadcast, but it's just absolutely fantastic. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it is tangibly better, physically better than anything that we've ever done, and that's ultimately what Phoenix is all about. So we'll just say that the soap has evolved along with a whole bunch of other products. So anyway, it looks like we're about 3 minutes in. We're gonna have a lot of giveaways. I got Papa Smurf back deck, and he's going to be coming out here in a few minutes, and we're going to interview him. I'd like to think that this is the beginning as far as the live streams are concerned. I'd like to do QAs. I want you guys to get to know not just Phoenix, but I want you to get to know a lot of the guys that work with Phoenix. Not even just YouTube celebrities, kind of like a Joe Rogan meets Hot Wings kind of scenario where I get people that I work with and influencers and professionals alike, a lot of small business owners, and just kind of get their feel for, how they got started and, the pitfalls and what they did to overcome. And so anyway, without further ado, I think Erik might be ready to go. I'm not sure, but let's see if we can't get him into the party. 3, 2, 1.
Firepower, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, there he is. What's going on, sir?
Oh, just relaxing, enjoying the day. Looking forward to this live stream interview / amazing time. How's everybody doing? Everybody in the comments. I see a lot of familiars. Ryan Humberto, Keith. I saw Mark Susi pop in here. Corey Mack, what's happening? Clifford's, Big Red,
Chris
Dee Dee.
Berkeley's in the house. Hey, so I had to go and watch so many of your videos, and then I wrote down pretty much all of the key intros that you do when doing your video, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go buy the taco hat. I already got the shirt, and I've seen your logo's got the sunglasses, so I figured I'd just do a quick homage to you.
Mark, not beers. I'm not 3 beers in, man. I haven't drank today.
Yeah. So because this is a family show, we're doing nothing but apple juice throughout the entire show.
Yes, totally. That was a great intro, though, by the way. I thought I was watching one of my videos.
It was one of your videos. This is what you would look like if you ate nothing but tacos.
Oh, man. I'm a walking
apple juice only.
Apple juice only. Rob L., what's up from Ontario, Canada? What is happening? Oh, man.
Taco Titans. That's Taco Titans. I can get behind that. Or a big taco the size of a Titan.
It's apple juice. That's it. It's adult apple juice.
100% apple juice.
Taco, how's everybody doing? It is a gorgeous Sunday. It is extremely windy. I woke up this morning to try to start the detail on my Lamborghini in the garage, and wind was blowing the palm trees, like bending over like this, wind everywhere. I was like, I just closed the door. I was like, nope, I'm good.
California, huh? What's it like out there? Yep. We couldn't be farther apart in the United States, I don't think.
Honestly, it's got good weather. That's why I see why people want to come out here, because the weather is always nice.
Yeah.
I think last year during winter, I think we got like a span of a month and a half where it rained periodically, and that was it. So. But as far as California itself, no, that's another story that I can't get into. But all Smurf got to do what Smurf got to do and just adapt,
Sure. Now, when you say it's great weather, if I'm not mistaken, and I have watched a lot of your videos recently, you've been telling that it's like blistering hot, and I know a couple of other guys that live out there in California are saying, the average, the norm is in the hundreds.
Well, during summer there is a stretch where it is hot. I'm talking hot, and even like 2 weeks ago, like it's just now. This next week is going to be mid to low 70s all week, which is perfect to me, but. Even last week and the week before, we had some 85, some 89, some 92s, some 94s, and it's like, to me, 70, 80 is perfect. Even like 82 is okay with me, But we've had 113, 116, 109, a stretch where it was just,
awesome. Thanks, Keith. I was wondering about that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You're good.
When we were backstage, you said that I was having some video quality issues, but it looks like it's cleared up a little bit. I have the computer directly tapped into I'm not using wireless at all, so hopefully it stays clean.
No, a little bit. You were a little choppy, when you first started, but it's much clearer now. Much clearer. Hey, Rob L., what's happening?
Rob L., good to see you too, sir. And I agree. Humidity is absolutely the worst. Absolutely the worst. So is it safe to say that you've always been in California?
Yep.
Born and raised?
Born and raised. California, baby.
I spent some of my formative years in Southern California, and it was amazing. I loved Southern California. Right, actually, matter of fact, right next to Cat Guy 64, like we're neighbors.
Oh, nice. They got good. I always, what I envy about down south is the car scene. Because the car scene up here where I'm at is And if
Well, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be because I'm always often mistaken. I think SEMA got started in Pasadena.
I couldn't tell
Like in 1969 or something like that. Like the first SEMA show, it was like at a flea market. What do they call those? They're not flea markets anymore. They're called something else. Swap meets. They were at a swap meet parking lot in Pasadena, California, which is kind of cool. And now it's grown to be the world's largest car show that runs for a week.
It's insane. I heard that you can't even unless you have like a solid 3 days there, you can't even check everything out.
You can't see it all. Yeah, you can't see it all. And it spreads because they have another show that's kind of attached to it, and it's it covers city blocks. It's bonkers.
Oh, Prestige Detailing. I would love to go to a Cars and Coffee in Florida. Oh man. We have them out here every once in a while, but the last one I went to was just absolute garbage. And I still went to it. I still hung out, but it's just like, it's so crazy for me to say the younger crowd because I still, but they don't like to conversate. They don't like to, how can I put it? They don't like to conversate. You walk up to people and you're like, oh, that's a nice car, man. They're like, oh, yeah, cool, thanks.
Hey,
yeah,
Rob, I want to get back to that comment that you just made about your season coming to an end. Let's put a pin in that and circle back around because I do want, later on in the broadcast, I definitely want to discuss that with everybody here because I think that these kind of forums are a really, really great place that we can all share ideas and I think one of the things that I love about Phoenix is the family aspect to it and the camaraderie and the paying it forward type of I don't know. It's a very symbiotic relationship. I help you, you help me, and together we're stronger.
That's what it's about.
So we'll get back to that in a minute about the seasons coming to an end. Hey, Tim, good to see you, sir. Thanks for showing up.
Titan Tim.
We'll talk about it. That guy is
he's a machine. I'm pretty sure he's a robot.
I hope so because he's definitely a guy that I lean on heavily. We're constantly playing with new chemicals and new products and trying different formulas. And he's easily one of the first guys that I get stuff off to. He's close enough that I can overnight it and it doesn't cost me an arm. And I'm like, I'll call him at 9:30 at night and I say, Tim, I got this thing coming in tomorrow. And his background, he's an engineer. His background is engineering. And so when I tell you his technique is meticulous, and thorough. It is meticulous and thorough. Fantastic guy.
He's washing with Apex Auto Wash.
Tim, do you have the new stuff or the old stuff? I doubt that it's the new stuff. I had a supply chain issue for going on. September 15th was when I thought that I was going to have it. So over a month worth of a supply chain issue. And like I said, it was just until this past Monday when Brian and I were able to fool around in the warehouse and make some good stuff. Anyway, you know what? Let's I think it's time. Let's start to talk. Let's dive into you a little bit. What do you say? All right. Speaking of tacos, where exactly did the whole Smurf taco? Where did that come from? What is it's to the point where it's on the Papa Cut bottle. Did somebody say tacos? And I thought about that. I'm like, 10 years down the line, somebody is going to read that and be like, these guys are. How can I take them seriously? You know what I mean? So tell me the origin story of Taco Smurf.
Well, it all started way back when, many, many moons ago. Well, actually, it was actually in it was in one of Fab's live streams. A long time ago. It was when he first started his live streams, hanging out, and I was eating tacos. And I think this was like the third live stream that I was eating tacos while in his live stream. And he goes, "Man," he goes, "You've been eating tacos the past couple of live streams, man. We're just gonna have to start calling you Taco Smurf." And then boom,
Taco Smurf.
stuck like glue. Now everybody knows me as Taco Smurf.
Well, there's a good possibility that when I call you on the phone that you're getting ready to go over to that food truck across the street from your work.
100%. I am guilty as charged.
And I am jealous of it because they sound amazing. Every time you that was, I think one of the great parts of our relationship is that it extends so much past, detailing and chemicals and Phoenix and all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
I tell my wife all the time. She's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm sending Erik food porn." Check out this steak. Check out this taco that I'm making. And we go back and forth with that. And that's just a really great aspect of our relationship.
I have came up with some recipes based off of the stuff we send back and forth to the point where, sure. I mean, for instance, like those
chicken ranch sliders.
Oh my!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Woo! Them things were killer. And they look. You would think you could eat like 12 of them, but nah.
You can't. They're so rich.
After like 3, I was like, "Whew, I'm good." But they were so good. You got to eat them fresh though, because I ate them for lunch at work the next day and then the following day, and they were still good.
Yeah.
But fresh, right out of the oven. Nice, crispy little Hawaiian rolls. Oh, man.
Hey, so Humberto wants to know, where does the Smurf come from? So we got this whole PapaSmurf918. So let's talk about the Papa Smurf, and then let's talk about this 918.
Well, Papa Smurf goes back many moons ago. Way back when I used to race them motorcycles, them two-wheel yeehaws. Yeah, so back when I used to race, the street bike and everything, when I first got into it, I had an 03 Yamaha R6, and it was all blue. And I picked up a used racing suit that was all blue. Had a little bit of black in it, but basically my helmet was blue, my racing suit was blue, my bike was blue, and the first, few months I got out on the track and everything, we used to go. All the buddies used to get together. We'd go to the track. We do our practice weekends. We do the races. And then one day I came in and they were like, "Man," they were like, "You look like Papa Smurf out there, all blue." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then, then the beard came. And then one day, one of my really good friends was like, "Dude, look at Papa Smurf out there on the bike, just making fun of me, And then after that day, it was just Papa Smurf. And then so I started my YouTube channel for my racing. Like if you go way back to past all my YouTube videos into the beginning was the track day videos. And I had to make a name. So obviously it was Papa Smurf. And then the 918 came, was my daughter's birthday, September 18th. So that's the 918. So that stuck. That pretty much stuck there. And then after racing, I already had a YouTube channel. That's when I started uploading all the detailing bits. So if any of you guys want to see where Smurf originated, you just go all the way down in my videos, and you'll see me. You'll see the suit. You'll see the bike, and you'll go, "I get it now." All blue.
That's fantastic. So, hey, the question that I had for you earlier was, how exactly does one pronounce your last name? Because, I'm not going to do it again because it will call you. But when I ask my phone to call you, it always says, and I say, I say, call Erik Pakroo. She's like calling Erik Pakroo. So,
well, it's actually, people say Pakroo, which is perfectly fine. Pakroo. There's no A.
That's usually how I call Erik Pakroo.
Yeah. So it's actually pronounced Pakroo. You know, my dad's from Iran, so it's pronounced Pakroo. But Pakroo, tomato. A lot of times people put an A after the K and they call me Pakaroo. And I got to the point growing up where I didn't even care. It was Pakaroo. And
in the beginning, that's how I did it. For whatever reason, then I'm actually looking at your mailing address and I'm like, there's no extra A in that.
So it's Pakroo or Pakroo.
That's cool. Yeah. When I was in high school, it was senior night, and they were announcing the seniors on the football field and whatnot. And my mom and my dad standing beside me, and they call my name, Aaron Burkett, and my dad looks over at me, and you have to know my dad. He's Colonel Marine Corps. He looks over at me, and he's like, your grandfather would be so disappointed in you right now. And I'm like, it's senior night, you're supposed to be proud. I'm like, why? And he's like,
you gotta find something negative, huh?
Well, I mean, it's not that. It's just not, looking back at it 20 some years later, 30 years later, you go, I get it. I understand now. But he's like, because your name is Burkett, not Burkett. And, and I never, like, my whole school experience, it didn't matter to me. Like Tony Dorsett, I don't know, I don't care. Burkett. It was just easier for everybody to call me Burkett, right? It was like, hey, what's up, Burkett? And then it was like, Charcoal Burkett, and then it just became Charcoal. And so, like, my nickname through high school was Charcoal, and then it became Charks, and that was too hard to say, and then it became Chacks, and so I never cared.
It's funny how one thing just stems from one thing, and then can spawn so many different names.
Yeah, Charcoal Burkett. So, like, who cares? But anyway, but yeah. So now I know. I get, like, it's Burkett, and you know what I mean. If you really want to be you can set the record straight with people, where you just let it go. It's just easy to let it go.
Yeah, it gets to the point where
remember me one way or the other.
Doesn't even matter anymore. So if you click the comment again, you can pull it off the screen.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
But actually, Humberto, it is Pakroo.
Yep. Pakroo. There it is. Pakroo. Or Packadoodle-roo. That's what. Or kangaroo. Oh man, I could.
So, you were in motocross. You were into motocross?
Not motocross. Street bike racing. Like
street bike racing.
Yeah.
What is street bike racing?
Like go fast, drag knees, like circuit.
Okay, but it's on a track. It's not like, like right now in Philadelphia, we have a massive problem with people on dirt bikes and whatnot just tearing through, Main Street.
Oh yeah, that's like the fad nowadays. But yeah, I was on a actual racetrack, like.
Oh wow! Like bending over with your knee touching the asphalt and stuff like that.
Yeah. So we've done Sonoma plenty of times. Sonoma Raceway, Button Willow down in Bakersfield, and Thunder Hill.
Okay.
Drives, man. I'm talking. Those are under roofs. That's one I've never heard, but hey,
that's so good.
The Thunder from down under.
Yeah. So how long were you involved in that? That was competitively, correct?
So a solid 2 years. So I had my bike, and then I rode street for like 2.5 years, and it got to the point where I was getting too crazy and doing canyon runs, and
What's a canyon run?
Just like in the twisties in the mountains and stuff.
Okay.
And getting out there and being crazy, and it got to the point where a good friend of mine that raced bikes was like, dude, come to the track, dude. Like it's so much better. You don't have to worry about cops. You don't have to worry about if you do crash, you're not gonna slide off a mountain and nobody's gonna hear from you again. And if for some reason you do crash, you got the medics right there, waiting for you and stuff like that. So I was like, you know what? I'll give it a try. And then the first time I went to the track, I was hooked. And then I turned my bike into a strictly race bike only. And for another 2 years after that, we did, we did the track life and plenty of miles and tons of memories. And then I had a really bad crash. And that didn't do it for me. I was right back up on it. My thing was, if I let it get in my head, then I'm not going to want to get back out on the track. So as soon as I recovered 2 weeks later, I was right back out on the track and shook off the cobwebs, and we kept going through the season. And then I had another crash, which was not really a bad crash. But after that, I had my daughter, and then turned some pages, bought a house, and then just kind of stemmed away from it, not just because I didn't want to do it. It was the most fun and the most adrenaline-packed fun that I can even explain. I can't explain. It's kind of like people that go skydiving or people that, do that kind of stuff. It is an adrenaline like no other. And it was an addiction. But when I bought the house and got our family under a roof, it was hard to spend the money, just to go out for the day. You're looking at $400, it's like, it's just a lot of money, and at the time, we were moving into the house, and then my race bike sat in my garage for 2 years, and eventually I just sold it. It was like, if I do ever want to get back into it, I know that I could pick up a bike easily. Even the guy I sold the bike to said, anytime you want to take it out, just come get it. And I was like, okay, like, all right, cool. But I can't risk it.
I got 2 questions. The first one is, I'm probably going to forget the second one, but the first one is, after spending almost 20 plus years in EMS and fire, morbid curiosity, what was your injury? What happened?
Well, I collided with another bike coming out of one of the fastest turns up at Thunder Hill. You're coming out of the turn at about 95 miles an hour. And I was passing another bike on the inside, and as we came out, he tried to throttle me into the next turn, and we collided, and I flew off my bike and did the whole head-toe cartwheel across the track, smacked my head extremely hard, slid about 50 feet, 60 feet in the dirt up the mountain, and I didn't have any broken bones, but I had a bad concussion, and I didn't realize it until the next day when I woke up. So my bike actually kept going without me, all like up the mountain. I mean, probably a solid 50 yards up the mountain, and just fell over on its side. And when my head stopped ringing and I sat up, I got up. I was pissed because it was a brand new suit and a brand new helmet, first time wearing it at the track. But it did its job. People complain about spending $1,400 on a racing suit and $800 on a helmet. I will never complain again, because if it wasn't for that, thank goodness. But yeah, I went and got on my bike, and it started right up, and I rode in, and everybody saw me crash, but they didn't see me at all after that, going over the other side of the mountain and then riding in around the back. And when I rode up, everybody was at the pit lane. And nobody was in the pits. Everybody was at the pit lane looking for me. And I rolled in, and I put my bike on the stand and just took my helmet off, and I just sat on the floor and was just like, what just happened? I felt okay. I cracked a beer. I said, I'm done for the day, but I'm going to stay with my friends and hang out. Everybody else finished their whatever they had to do. We loaded up. We went back home, and I woke up the next morning, and the first thing I did was let my dog out. And when I went to let her out of the crate, I just fell face first into the crate, hit the floor. That's when I knew I had a concussion, and I laid in bed from Monday till Saturday. I didn't move. It was bad. It was pretty bad. Yeah.
What happened to the other guy? You said you collided with another biker.
Yeah, he didn't go down.
Oh, really?
Nope. He kept going.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It was nasty, man. And I'm literally paying for it still with my back, my neck, my shoulders. The past 2 years have been really bad, and I feel like it's the long-term effect of that crash. And then a month later, I was out on just a regular track day, and I was instructing one of my buddies. He was following me. I was showing him some racing lines. And after I came back in, we went out, me and my buddy at an 8-group session, and we went out and we were bombing, we were having fun. Came back in and then took my buddy out right after that session. And the first lap on the last, on turn 14, we call it, just cruising, man, just cruising. And then I tucked the front in 14 and then boom, hit my right side again. Did a couple tumbles, I was able to get up and get back on the bike and ride it back in. But yeah, that was rough, man. I'm paying for it for sure.
Wow. All right. Next question, if you don't mind. So from what I understand, you split your time between mechanic work and detailing. Is that correct? So like, having the magic wand, like what got you into being a mechanic, and then what got you into detailing, and then how do you marry the two together and find time basically for both?
Well, so I've always been into cars themselves. My dad's owned a mechanic shop since I was in a stroller, so I've always been around it. So I've always been around cars. I've always been around tools. I thought it was really cool to play with tools and wrenches and ratchets and air guns and stuff like that.
Sure.
But growing up, seeing my dad do it, I just took an interest to cars. Anything with a motor, basically, I would tinker and do this and do that. And just growing up, being around cars pretty much my whole life.
When was the first time that your dad allowed you to work on a customer's car?
I was 7 years old.
Really?
I was 7 years old, and I would do the tire repairs for the shop. I'd roll out with the jack, and I'd jack the car up, and I'd pull the wheel off. And at the time, I was too scared to bust the bead on the tires, because every time you do it, pow, it would make a really loud noise. And I was kind of too scared, so I'd have to have my dad do that. But then I'd throw the wheel up on there, I'd take the tire off, I'd patch it, I'd put it all back on, I'd rebalance it, and put it on the car, hit it with the torque wrench, and that's how it started. And then I would hang at the shop all the time, and I would always, what's this? What's that? What's this? What's that? What does that do? What does this do? Why are you doing that? I was probably pretty freaking annoying, to be honest. But my dad's master tech, I was just like his shadow. My dad, he worked on cars, but his master tech, Tim, I used to follow him around when I was young, and I would ask, what's this, what's that, about everything he was doing. And he pretty much taught me a lot. My dad taught me a lot. But I gotta give my shout out to Tim. Unfortunately, he passed away on New Year's in a car accident, which was crazy. He worked for my dad for 18 years. And yeah, he pretty much, he was like a brother. He showed me, I would say, 70% of what I know about cars I learned from him. And that turned into me getting my first car. Once I got my first car, of course, I wanted to keep it clean. So we would always get into detail sessions Friday night after school and high school. We'd wax our cars, we'd clean them up, get them all fresh, and then we'd go out cruising, do all that. So I've always kept my cars clean. And that's what, and getting really into detailing didn't start for me until 3.5, maybe 4 years ago. It stemmed from me wanting to learn how to polish a car. Never done it. I was always scared. I was like, I'm going to burn through my paint. I'm going to mess everything up. Then I started watching YouTube videos. I found Fab's channel. So I found all these cool people on YouTube, and it stemmed from there. I bought a Harbor Freight polisher. I started polishing and realized how easy it is. And I said, you know what? How many people out there are just like me. They were scared to buy a polisher. They were scared to polish their own paint because they just didn't want to ruin it. But it's so easy. I was like, I'm going to start a channel, and I'm going to encourage and give people that encouragement to detail their own cars, because I was in that spot, and that's where it all started for me. Helping others, trying to encourage those that they can make their cars look amazing themselves, and they don't have to be scared to do it. So.
Well, I knew a little bit of that story. I knew a fraction of that story, and that is 100% why it was so important for Phoenix to have you be the figurehead for PapaCut, because it was. I like to think of PapaCut as the embodiment of that statement, where it is. It's so good, but it's also so user friendly. You know what I mean? And we were so we put such an emphasis on cycle time, so that you had a really long time to work with the paint, so that you know, if you're not very good like me, and you run it at a slower speed, it's not going to dry up on you and then create swirls and all that other stuff. You have a real cycle time. But then again, at the same time, if you're a professional like yourself, you can breeze through it, and it just puts such. Oh, hey, speaking of which, did you get the new PapaCut sample that I sent you?
I sure did. I'm going to be using it. I'm going to be using it tomorrow on the Lamborghini that I got in the garage.
Yeah. That's exciting.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be shooting. I'm shooting a whole full video on the details. So,
well, I know. Speaking of Titan Tim, I know that he got some. He was actually he was one of the guys that gave me the thumbs up green light that we struck gold with the new PapaCut. So it's pretty exciting. And then of course, then a bunch of my local guys, we all played with it, and then. This we'll call it PapaCut 2.0, is revised version of it. It is so gorgeous. It's a little bit more aggressive than the original, but it finishes out so fine. And PapaSmurf, it might be the first like true one-stepper. And I mean, everybody's always looking for this magic unicorn, magic wand. That you know, I just don't want a one-stepper. Well, we think that we have it, and also watching some of your earlier videos, you know, you talk very, very highly of Griot's Garage, and so does Fab. Fab speaks extremely highly of Griot's Garage, and that was, you know, that was ultimately the company that I would like to emulate the most, and you know, and be, you know, as successful as. But they do have some really great products, and you know, I know that Fab was always talking about they have something that is, you know, pretty close to a one-stepper. I think they call it the quick cutting cream or something like that.
Fast cutting cream.
Fast, yeah. So that's you know, that was the bar that was set, and I think that
Prestige Detailing has it is fantastic with a Eurofiber 50/50 pad. If you get a good medium clear to hard clear, it will. I mean, I haven't used the new one, but I'm telling you, I've used the original version on a medium to harder clear. You can one-step that and finish it with the Eurofiber 50/50 pad down to the point where you do not need anything else after it. I just used that combination on the Cadillac I did a few weeks ago, where I had to wet sand good scratch out of the quarter panel, wet sanded with 3000 grit, and I came in with my Flex, my PXE 80, and a 3-inch Eurofiber pad with PapaCut, hit it out, no problem, wiped it off, and that was it. And it effortlessly took it out, nice gloss, finished out perfectly, no marring, no haze. So yeah, if you're on a softer clear, it'll still do impressive, but there is a chance that you might have to come back over to get this though. You don't have to change your liquid. You just have to grab a softer foam pad, few dabs of the Papa Cut, and you can actually finish out with the Papa Cut.
Yeah, notice that it is it's very pad dependent. Most of the products that we do, we try to be as fluid with them as possible. We're actually working on another a refinement, an evolution, if you will, of the Fabulous polish, where it behaves more of a jeweler. Very exciting time. So we are constantly pushing the envelope and constantly trying to, I think Pan, the organizer, our soap was number 2 on his, best products of 2022, and our soap came in number 2, and so that really inspired Apex and I to go back to the drawing board and be like, all right, well, what do we have to do to make it better? And I guess he compared it to Reset, and although I've never used Reset, according to everybody, they're very, very, very similar. They're very close, and so I figure if we can just make ours better, then it's naturally going to be better than the competition, right?
Sorry, I got to stand up. My left leg is going numb. I'm getting old, man.
You should get this captain's chair. It's pretty impressive. I don't know if I don't necessarily know if I can give you a full tour of Phoenix headquarters, because there's a couple of projects in there that we're not supposed to talk about. But this makes for a good live stream. I could number one, make it so.
No fair. No, I can't. No matter where I sit, that's the thing. If I sit down for more than 20 or 30 minutes, then my left hip and my leg just starts tingling. I'm pretty sure it's like a sciatic nerve issue, but then again, it stems back to my crack.
Well, I mean, when you throw yourself to the ground at 95 miles an hour.
Hey, you know what's funny though? Is I try to put my foot down like that was going to do something. Let me just put my foot down. Okay. Not.
All right. So speaking on that same subject, you know how everybody's like, well, what are your top 5 movies? What are your top 5 songs? What are your top whatever?
Yeah.
What are you grabbing off the shelf when the cameras aren't rolling? Let's go down the categories. What soap are you grabbing?
So lately, it's been a combination of Apex Auto Wash, Hyper Clean Cleanse, and let's see, what's the other one I've tried? The Detail Firm Exterior Lather. It's those 3.
Okay, and that's pretty much in your wheelhouse on a regular?
Yeah, pretty much.
And then compounds. Well, I know that these are obviously going to be hard questions because no 2 paints are alike. No 2, the model and make and year. The paint changes that fast from year to year to year. Even in the same make and model of car, it changes.
Oh, absolutely.
But your average daily customer that comes in and says, "Hey, I just need a quick exterior." What are you grabbing?
Well, if I'm doing an all-in-one, I've been enjoying Vonix Blend and the P601 from Kosh Chemi, which is their all-in-one. Those 2 for the all-in-one. As far as compounds,
all-in-one?
All-in-one is basically, it's got protection in it.
Okay. So basically,
I wipe it.
When Chimera comes out, we're going to have that all-in-one?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
And so, yeah, if I don't want to worry about, 1-step and 2-step and then putting protection on it and this and that, I'll just hit it with the all-in-one, which can still hoof-hearted. What's happening? It'll still remove defects, but it'll just leave protection at the same time. Save me some time. If I'm not worried about,
Look how beautiful that is.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, Hoof-Hearted made this for me. Hoof. I got it.
Oh, Papa Smurf. Ooh, Miranda.
Yeah. He made all of these. Can you believe it? This guy. And then did you see the my Instagram post about the plaque that he made for me? It's a knife board, but I mean it's so good. It's a plaque. I have it.
Oh, dude.
In my office at home. the man is crazy talented, and I know this is a shameless plug, but who if anybody out there, the 16 people that are currently watching this are looking for any kind of like unique gift for someone special in your life, reach out to that guy because he has got untapped talent. It's truly impressive stuff. So anyway, shameless plug or advertisement over.
So yeah, what I was saying was the compounds and polishes that lately my go-tos have been PapaSmurf and the fab polish. What I have experienced with lately new is the F601 from Koshkemi, which was impressive, but I got a little bit of dusting that I wasn't too happy with. Even I was trying, and they were on brand new pads. I even misted them with a little water, which definitely helped. But I had to go around and blow the car off and all the cracks and seams and crevices because there was white dust everywhere. I'm not a fan of it. It worked great. Wipe off was easy, but the dusting, I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of dusting these days. It works phenomenal though. And now what's crazy is with the P601, I didn't get a speck of dust at all.
Okay.
Fell in love with that stuff. Stuff's awesome. So I was like, let me try the F601s, the medium cut polish. It wasn't as bad, the dusting, when I would spritz a little bit of water on the pad, keep it a little damp. But yeah, that's pretty much it as far as compounds and polishes. Wheel cleaners, I've really been loving the Nanoskin non-acid wheel and tire cleaner.
Okay.
For when I'm doing details. I've been doing a lot of rinseless lately. I've been loving the extra tough waterless wheel and tire cleaner. Fab turned me onto that. Stuff works amazing. Rinseless wash the car, dry it off, hit the wheels and tires with the extra tough, and that's pretty much it. As far as toppers, you guys already know the answer to that one was going to be Titan, baby.
Titan. I should have the next formula ready for our rinseless wash on Friday.
Oh man,
it should be ready on Friday. As soon as the blend is perfected, I will be sending you a bottle and a few other guys that have been helping me test it. But I think, as far as your rinseless is concerned, I think we struck gold.
I'm excited.
The Hydra is here and it's ready to rock and roll.
Prestige detailing. That's funny. We're talking about microfiber pads, right? So I just want to address this because I don't know who's going to rewatch this live. I'm pretty sure everybody in here knows how to polish or has polished, but for the longest time, I was sticking to foam pads because I was scared to touch microfiber. I hear a microfiber cutting pad, and I'm like, I'm going to touch that paint, and it's just going to light through that clear, and I'm done. I'm toast. But if you're somebody that has experience with the polisher, that has foam pads, and you know how to use a foam pad, you know your way around the polisher, I highly recommend taking that transition over into microfiber pads or Eurofiber pads. It is phenomenal. And like Aaron was saying, every car is different. So you could have a combination that works just amazing on one car. But your next car instantly you're going to think, well, this worked amazing on that car. I'm going to use this combo. And then you go, why is it not working? Mr. What's up, man? Ozulu Garage, Mr. Steve. Welcome in. Steve is a long-time friend, follower, and supporter. Great guy. How's it going, man? But yeah, if you make that transition to the microfiber pads, because you are going to come across a car that's got clear on it that just does not budge, and you have to be aggressive. I mean, you have to be aggressive. And honestly, I would take a hard clear over a medium to soft clear all day because I've done one steps. This is where PapaSmurf would come in as a great one step. You could throw it on a McGuire's microfiber cutting pad, or what I used was a Griot's Garage Boss microfiber cutting pad. with some Papa Cut on a hard clear, one-step cut, finish out beautifully. No haze, no marring. You could be aggressive and get phenomenal results in a one-step. That's what I love. So when you start getting into softer clears, and the more cars you do, every clear is going to be different. And I always say in my videos, the clear will talk to you. And I say that, and it sounds funny, but it absolutely will talk to you. Do a test section and see what, let it talk to you. Look at it. Hey, it's going to tell you, hey, what are you doing? That's not doing nothing to me. Okay, let's bump it up. Let's get more aggressive, and then just go back and forth. But if you're on the fence and you don't want to transition from a foam pad to a microfiber pad because you're scared, don't be scared. Do it. It'll be the best thing for you as far as advancing in paint polishing, corrections, enhancements.
I think that I'm pretty sure that's Brian from Apex's go-to is the Eurofiber microfiber.
Yep.
That's his bread and butter. So you speaking the truth, bro.
Oh, it's nothing but the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
All right. So getting to know the real Papa Smurf. Just recently got married. Is that correct, sir?
I sure did.
Yeah. How's that going?
On a Taco Tuesday.
On a Taco Tuesday. Hey, by the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
If I didn't say so already.
So it's 22222. That's the date.
22222.
Yep. Oh, Tim. See, Tim knows. Prestige, I have to agree. I want to buy a rotary so bad because I love my little flex in the rotary mode. It's I use it all the time on intricate areas, small spots where I can't get my even the 12 millimeter throw, even with a 2-inch pad. So I've been loving the rotary mode, and I just know I love a rotary.
So let me just interrupt you completely.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, guys.
Again, so I think this is a great version of pro versus amateur.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of the stigma isn't the right word, but apprehension. There's a lot of apprehension in going to a rotary versus like a DA, from what I understand. From what I've been told, and again, most of the guys the circle that I hang out with, they're usually mostly DA guys. You can, the rotary, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, by all means, please. It has a tendency to run a little bit faster and a little bit hotter. And so therefore you definitely have to be way more skilled with it, which is why it's, the DA is a little bit more user friendly because it's a lot more controllable. Is that accurate?
Yes. So the thing that makes a dual action safe is its ability to stop spinning when you put it on its edge or you come up to a contour. It will stall basically, and it's like a safety feature. For those that you come up to an edge or something, a little bevel, a little contour, it's going to stall and it's going to slow that spin so you don't come up on the edge and burn it. The rotary, it's a constant spin no matter what it's going to be spinning. So when you come up on an edge or on a contour over an edge, it's spinning that same speed no matter what. So the reason why people are scared of rotaries is because they do actually, a DA actually generates more heat, depending on the pad you're using. But in some cases you need heat. In some cases you need heat with certain compounds to cut. But when you have a rotary, the chances of you coming up on the edge and burning through the clear are just higher. With a DA, with a dual action polisher, you have to try. I mean, when I say this, you have to try to burn through clear. But with a rotary, if you're not careful and you come up on an edge with the rotary and you do your slow little pass on that edge, there is a chance that you could burn through. On the edges is where the thin is the clearest too. So
right.
But it has the ability to cut extremely quick. That's why Brian loves the rotary. You can cut, but he likes to finish with the DA. So if you got some hammered paint, you bust out the rotary in your wool pad. You do your cutting. Of course, you're going to leave a little micro marring and some haze, but then you bust out your DA with the foam pad and you come through and you finish it out and it looks beautiful. So I agree that everybody should learn how to use a rotary, Prestige. It's fun as long as you. I don't want to say have common sense because I don't want to sound like I'm sounding like condescending on people, but keep it moving, keep the pressure light, know where your edges are, and you'll be just fine. You'll be actually enjoy the rotary. Because I don't complain anymore about my dual action stalling because that is what they're designed to do. If those people out there keep complaining, get a forced rotation, get a rotary, and stop complaining about it. That's what they're designed to do. They're designed to help you save your clear, save your paint, save you from burning through. But at the same time, just learn how to manipulate your dual action polisher. That's all you need to do. Just watch your back plate. You come up to an edge and it's starting to slow down and stall. You just tweak that thing a 1/4 inch one way, and then you see your back plate keep spinning, and then you just work it just that way. I mean, I've done so many cars with my dual actions. I mean, I don't own a rotary other than my Flex, which is nice with a 2-inch pad. That's really dialing areas. But with the dual action, you can absolutely manipulate that polisher and do what you need to do. If you complain about it, get a forced rotation or get a rotary. It's as simple as that.
Okay. I probably for the foreseeable future I'm going to stay in the shallow end of the pool. I just am. You're like, it's possible to burn through the paint. In my mind, I go, you're gonna burn through the paint.
My advice: go to any body shop in your town, grab some test panels, burn through that paint.
Dude, let me just tell you another shameless plug. About 20 minutes from here, my very good friend Jamie owns Jersey Auto Body over in Ariel, New Jersey, and Brian from Apex is coming over to the warehouse tomorrow, and we're going to burn through some hoods. And so I called Jamie up and I was like, hey, got any stuff lying around any panels that I can have? And he was like, yeah, just come in the back. Don't even bother. Just come in the back and load up your truck as much as you want.
Yep.
I got
piles.
2 hoods and a full door with a window so that we can play with some possible glass coatings. I don't know. I said too much. Anyway, moving forward.
Prestige, you're absolutely right. If you burn through it once, you will never do it again. You'll know what it takes to actually burn through a hood. I tried one day. I didn't try it hard, but I was like, I wonder if I just sat here in one spot for like 2 minutes if I'll burn through the clear. And it didn't even burn through. But that's extremely hard clear. I've got a Mercedes-Benz SUV hood. I've got a Chevy Tahoe hood. I've got a Hyundai fender and a Toyota 4Runner fender. The 4Runner is a medium to soft clear. The Hyundai is definitely a medium-ish clear. Both the hoods are rock solid clear. I'm talking rock solid clear. I had a wool pad, a heavy cutting wool pad with PapaSmurf when I was first testing it. And I was like, it was cutting it. But I was like, why? I can cut the 4Runner fender with a yellow Rupes polish pad and PapaSmurf, and it'll take out 3,000 grit sandpaper. That's the difference between clears. That is what you've got to understand. Hard clear versus soft clear is it's a galaxy's difference. Cutting, and you'll only know that when you actually polish on both. And then you'll realize, oh my Lord, I just did 4 passes with a light polish pad and I just got 90% defect removal. And then you're on your other hard clear, you're doing 4 passes with a heavy cut and a wool pad, and you're like, okay, I'm going to have to do another 4 passes and then another 4 passes just to get 80% defect removal. It's all about adaptation.
It's probably going to sound like a dumb question, but how do you know? How do you know what you're up against?
The clear will talk to you. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's like, come on, guys, in the comments, back me up. Back me up. Come on, the clear will talk to you, man. It's like this.
Hey, are you? I can't even say it on television.
Oh, Nacho Man's in the house. I'm telling you, the clear. Okay, look, this is the best. This is the best way I can put it. When I say the clear talks to you, let's say, for instance, you got your car washed, you got your car deconned, you're ready to polish, right? So the first thing you do, or the first thing I do, what's what I recommend, is you grab a light approach. You grab a light polish of your choice. You grab a light polish pad of your choice, something not too aggressive, and you do, let's say, 4 passes or 2 passes. Some people up and down, left and right, we'll call that a pass. Okay, so let's say 2 passes, up and down, left and right, up and down, left and right. And then you wipe off, right? And then you look and you go, okay, well, that took like 20% defects out. Really nothing much at all, right? And you go, okay, if it didn't do much at all, then you step it up. You get a little bit more of an aggressive pad. You get a medium cut foam pad. Let's say for instance, I start with like a yellow medium cut Rupes polish pad. Not aggressive at all. I use that. Let's say I grab the fab polish, do passes. Didn't really do much. Then what I'll do is I'll grab like a medium cut orange Lake Country pad, right? I'll do that. Couple passes. Okay, still not really getting much defect removal. Then I'll say, okay, it's time to bump up the liquid. Now I'll grab, the Papa Cut. Just keep with the orange pad. Do a couple passes. I'm like, okay, it's not really getting me where I want to go, right? That's telling you that the clear is on the harder side, right? Now, rewind. That first step, if you were to do that first step, up and down, left to right, up and down, left to right, and you wipe it off and you go, holy crap, this paint looks amazing. Then you know you've got a softer clear. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So that clear will talk to you. It'll let you know exactly what you're doing and where you need to go. You can either bump up liquid, bump up pad. I always suggest bumping up pad first before you bump up liquid. But I mean, to each their own. That's just my method.
Sure.
Thank you, Tim. It does talk back. Yes, I'm not alone.
Barbara always says you can always cut more. Can't cut less.
Exactly.
All right. What are your top 3 pet peeves? In life. Yeah, in life.
Okay, in life.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good one. People that say they're going to do something and they don't do it.
Okay.
That's a big one.
I love that.
People that say they're going to do something and they don't do it. Let's see. People that feel the need to stop before they turn into a driveway. Stop before they turn. Or, see, I can go down a rabbit hole here of pet peeves, but
people that don't use coasters.
People that get on the freeway and they're doing 30 miles an hour.
Oh man, does that? Oh my God.
That's got to be up there.
Oh man, just today, it's like you're on an on ramp, man. Like, what are you doing? You're on an on ramp. You're gonna get us all killed. And I was talking to a friend of mine. Like back in the day, truckers were like the guardians of the highways. You know what I mean? They looked out for everybody around them, and they would they'd see trying to merge and they'd get over a lane. They just did stuff that kind of helped with the flow of traffic. And now it's just every man for himself. So that dude that's going 30 miles an hour on an on-ramp, that truck is not going to get over, and we're all going to die. Please, man, hit the gas.
Another one is trying to wash a vehicle when it's windy.
Huh.
I literally get so upset. It's worse when you have a big tree in your front yard, because it's so windy. I'm rinsing the car, and I grab my drying towel and I turn around, and there's all this crap all over the car. It's just like, and it always happens when I need a detail, just like today. It is so windy today. I mean, there was little tornadoes in my front yard. My son thought it was freaking the coolest thing ever, but it was blowing crap everywhere. I was like, I've had this freaking Lamborghini in my garage for 2 weeks now. Yeah, eat snow foam. Yeah, pretty much. It goes everywhere but on the car that you want it to go on.
Hey, so this new Apex Auto Wash soap, I don't know how it's going to do in the wind. I have not tried it in a wind tunnel. However, my neighbor from across the way, they do bath fittings. They put like if you want a new bathtub, but without tearing out your old bathtub, they put that plastic shell over
like an insert.
Yeah, so that's what they did next door. So the guy came over and he was just like, how does your soap work in a foam cannon? And I was just like, oh, let me show you. And so we did. I mean, and we're talking this is like super concentrated. So it was like a capful into that the axle foamer that you told me to get. Yeah. So I did that and pumped it up and put it all over my car, and it didn't. I mean, it hit and it didn't move. It hit and it just stayed there. It was nuts. It was bonkers. We're gonna give away some of that soap tonight. That's one of the. I've got 8 prizes to give away at some point tonight. Where are we at? We are. I don't even know how long we've been talking.
We're an hour in. An hour in.
All right. So we got a lot of gifts and prizes to give away, and I definitely want to. I definitely want people to try this soap because it's unlike anything that we've ever seen. And again,
I only see 7 thumbs up, and we got 18 people in here. Go smash that thumbs up.
I know, right? What's up with that? Well, I got 18 thumbs up. Refresh your page.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah, refresh your page.
All right, let me refresh. Hold on. 18 people. 18 thumbs up. I retract my previous statement. Wait, please forgive me. Hey.
You've been absolved. So yeah, a little bit later we're going to do a trivia contest. So I hope you kids have been paying attention.
Hopefully.
Hey, I noticed earlier that you have some ink. Let's talk about that. Yep, that's the one. What is that? What is it? And what does it mean? You're allowed to tell. You don't have to tell if you don't want to. I know that
this is my get-in free card in case I have to flee the country.
What is that?
Ah! I just got attacked by Fab's picture. Basically, what had happened was.
What had happened was.
This is my name in Farsi.
In what?
Farsi. That's the language in the Persian language.
Oh, okay.
Called Farsi. And then the 1987 is obviously my birth year. Or that's exactly how many tacos I've consumed. 1,987.
You scribble it out and put a new number on there every day.
It automatically changes every taco I eat. Ding, ding, ding.
That's awesome. And then I want to know. We had a conversation a while back. You and I have been friends for a good while now.
Yeah.
that you are very influenced by your music, and you'll have music on and playing when you're detailing, and we share songs back and forth with each other. I'd like to know currently who's your favorite band? What is your favorite band? Who's your favorite band and or song, and then all time favorite band?
I can't consider a band because my all-time is just one person, but
Whatever, you know what I mean.
It's hard to say, man. I listen to a lot of different genres, from classic rock to your jazz to your country to your rap to your R&B to your soul. I mean, literally everything. But I'd have to say, this past year, me and the wife we absolutely love Dan and Shay. Went to a Dan and Shay concert. They're just great. They have great music. Their concert was awesome.
And for those that are not familiar with them, what genre are they, and like what do they know? What's their
country? Country music. Yep, just country. As far as like a lot of the new stuff nowadays, I don't like. A few country people that sing. Kane Brown, love me some Kane Brown. Now we want to talk about all time.
Hurtful.
It's the Muscles supposed to be.
I'm sure you know he was talking about me. I know that. I know that you work out. I'm all pudding. Yeah.
If we're talking all time, it's got to go with Tupac.
Tupac.
Wow.
Look at you.
Back in the days when I was a kid, man, love me some Tupac. I still think he's the greatest rapper. I still think he's alive. He's alive somewhere. Mac Dre was a good one for me in my younger high school years. I was really into rap. Nowadays I don't consider what's on the radio rap at all. There's a few good ones out there. A few good ones. G-Eazy's pretty dope. But yeah, I'm talking like Snoop, Dr. Dre, Tupac.
Said no one ever.
Yeah, Tupac was. I mean, I was so like, I love Tupac so much that I remember being in summer school and middle school, and I overheard somebody in my summer school class talking about Tupac. And I was like, man, Tupac is dope, this and that. And he was like, man, we started talking about Tupac and this and that. And then he busted out a folder. I'm talking a folder of files and like evidence on how Tupac was still alive and how Machiavelli came out. And in Machiavelli spells I am alive, and all these what do they call them? Conspiracies? Or like, conspiracies of how he's still alive. And I read all that stuff and was just like, this is crazy. Oh, Bone Thugs and Harmony. Can't forget Bone Thugs and Harmony was another one. But nowadays, if you're thinking about like present day Smurf, I love, like, I've been on classic rock, old school, Metallica, AC/DC.
I hate that. I want you to know I hate that. And I don't hate the music. I love the music. What I hate is the fact that it's referred to as classic rock. That hurts me in my soul. It hurts me in my soul because, like, when I grew up, that was not classic rock.
Well, you know how it feels when I go into my phone and I have to put throwback R&B jams, and it was my high school stuff, and I'm like,
yeah,
man, you better turn on some Neo. You better turn that Neo on, and you better turn that Usher on.
In Philadelphia that talks about the best in classic rock, and they're playing Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses, and I just want to flip the table. What are you talking about? This is not classic rock.
I have been really, really loving smooth jazz lately. Every single morning, smooth jazz. when I detail, I get up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I get my coffee. I come out in the garage. I turn on my smooth jazz, and it just plays low in the background, and it just starts my day. After about 2 hours, I'll switch it up and I'll put on my regular music, but something about smooth jazz just sets the relaxing tone for the day for me. Just lately.
This is a judgment-free zone, so I'm not gonna say anything.
You know what? Why don't you try it?
I'm glad that works for you.
You should try it.
No.
Wake up in the morning, pour some coffee, turn on some smooth jazz, and give it 10 minutes. That's it.
I actually, when I'm doing like my morning routine, usually
NSYNC or Backstreet Boys?
Yeah, definitely.
No, that's my question. NSYNC or Backstreet Boys?
What? Oh,
NSYNC or Backstreet Boys?
At the same time? Is it possible?
You have to pick one or the other. Come on, guys. I want to hear your guys' response. Are you a team NSYNC or team Backstreet Boys?
You're the worst.
What's worse is Team Edward or Team Jacob.
Where do I know this from?
You know it. I'll give you a second.
Team Edward or Team Jacob?
Peter's interior buffing. What's up? What's happening? Prestige is cracking up. Kenny G. Oh, you know what? I do love my country though.
Michael Bolton. That's your name, Michael Bolton. Which one of his songs are your favorite? I don't know. I guess I like them all. We feel the same way. We feel the same way.
New Kids on the Block. Dee knows what's up. So I love my old school country, my Tim McGraw, my Kenny Chesney, Billy Currington, all of them good ones.
So usually when I wake up in the morning, I usually listen to
Tell me how am I supposed to live without you?
It's called Ascendance Radio.
Oh.
Anyway, it's like classical but more contemporary, like movie-ish. Anyway,
so hopefully you don't get copyrighted for that.
Is that? I think it was less than like 10 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I think you're good. For what? Copyright for what?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
I have no idea. I can't believe she said Michael Bolton.
Michael Bolton is from Office Space. Remember when he was there? The two Bobs were interviewing everybody to see if they're going to lose their job, and the guy's name is actually Michael Bolton, and the two Bobs love Michael Bolton, and so assume that he loves Michael Bolton as well. And they were like, "Your name is Michael Bolton? Which one of his songs is your favorite?" And the guy, because his name is Michael Bolton, and he absolutely hates Michael Bolton. He's like, I don't.
Sorry, do I look weird at this angle?
You look very imposing. Yeah. Hey, going back to that whole, was that a Twilight reference?
It was. You're just now getting it?
That's terrible. Like, why would you even remotely refer to anything Twilight-ish?
Because I read something on Facebook, and two people were battling and going back and forth talking crap about why they are either Team Edward or Team Jacob.
As far as Patterson is concerned, his career didn't start until The Batman, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I haven't even seen it yet.
You're the worst.
I'm definitely gonna go see Black Adam in theaters though.
I saw it Friday with my son. It was a really good movie. It was a really good movie. I'll give the movie a B minus, but I'll give The Rock's performance an A. The Rock, like, everybody is hating on The Rock for whatever reason, but I mean,
the man delivers.
Being a lifelong comic book nerd, it was spot on. Like, he was probably the only character in the movie that was spot on, which is why I gave the movie a B, but he gets an A just for like he really truly picked up a comic book and read it about Black Panther. He did a great job, and everything else was okay. It was okay. It was above average.
Prestige is complimenting the beard. Which one?
Probably
beard
yours.
A or beard B?
Probably yours, because it looks like somebody is compensating. This is what it looks like. Like,
yeah. Have you seen my head? Come on, man.
I'm getting there.
Hey, you want to know what's funny though?
Yeah.
You know how I'm going to be for Halloween?
No. What are you going to be for Halloween? So many things come to my mind, and I can't say any of them on live stream.
Do you watch? Do you watch Stranger Things?
No, I told you that. After season 1, I just.
Does anybody know who the bald eagle is on Stranger Things?
And the answer is no. Papa Smurf stands
I'm gonna be Murray from Stranger Things. I'll have to show you. I already got my costume.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you. You just got to trim it into a V formation. You got it.
I've got the glasses. I've got the wife beater and the bowling shirt.
Mm-hmm. The receding hairline. Yeah, you got it.
That's exactly. Yep. I got the shirt. I got the beater. I got the glasses, and I've got the wig to cut and trim on the side.
All right. Now, let me ask you a question. Is anybody in the universe going to get that reference? Or are they going to just think that there's some weird pedophile giving out candy?
Actually, our whole family is going to be Stranger Things. So.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as other people are going to dress like they were in the '80s as well, I'm sure everyone that comes to your door will get it.
My daughter's going to be Elle, 11. My son's going to be a Demigorgon. And my wife is going to be Will Byers' mom, Joyce Byers.
All right. Yeah. Hey, exactly. Thank you, Nacho Man. Oh, look at that. Do you look at his profile picture?
Senor Titan. I'm going to be a bottle of Titan. I would pay to see that.
Yes. I would pay to see that. We might even sponsor that there, Prestige. We might even sponsor that.
Oh man.
Good stuff.
That comment. If you don't got Titan already, which I'm assuming he does, he deserves a bottle for that.
Okay. Prestige. We'll do the contest here in a few minutes. But anybody that wins, hey, how do you do that whole banner thing?
On the side, it'll say banners.
Right. Click
the banners, and then it'll pop them up, and then underneath it, there you go.
Wait.
Oh!
That was the one.
Hopefully, you guys didn't see that, but God, I hate you. That just happened live, guys. Yeah, so
oh, you're gonna have to watch me have a stroke on live television.
Well, Prestige has 2 gallons.
Oh God, help me.
Nope, saw nothing. All right, good job. You have to edit it, and you have
I saw it. All right, I saw it. All right. So if you are a winner of tonight's prizes, you have to email your mailing address for that information right there.
Rewind. Oh, there's gonna be able to rewind. People are gonna be like,
"Oh my God, that was." Wow. Hey, it's my first show. These things are gonna happen.
I ain't even mad. That's all good. All good. Man, where's everybody at? I feel like
I had no idea it was gonna post like that. All right.
I still need some Titan. Who needs some Titan?
What's that?
Keith Fiber.
All right. Well, Prestige, I'll send you some Apex soap instead. How about that? Since you are all stocked up.
Berto.
What did he say? He's calling. So last night, when Erik was teaching me how to use this platform, we were going through everything step by step. He was teaching me how to make banners, and
that was his brainchild of a banner.
Gosh. All right. Prestige. Apex.
Prestige worldwide. Wide.
Boats and hose.
Boats and hose.
All right, so I got Prestige down for some soap.
Steve Ozu, are you still listening, man? Have you tried anything from Phoenix, man?
Uzo, yeah, I sent him some stuff.
Did you? All right, cool.
He posted.
Oh yeah, he's got Papa Cut. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure. We go way back, like 4 flats on a Cadillac.
Listen, I have to apologize to everybody. Well, I guess apology is a strong word because, a gentleman is not supposed to apologize for nothing that he's, for something that he's not sorry for. But anybody that has bought Apex soap or anybody that's bought Papa Cut, it's so much better now. It's so much better now. And it's like I want to apologize. Like, I'm sorry that I didn't give you the good stuff first, but we're constantly evolving and we're constantly changing. And maybe this is a good segue into the second to last part of our show, which is, we'll talk a little bit about, what's in store for Phoenix 1 year later. I want to apologize for everybody that's used any of the stuff because we are constantly evolving. It's just kind of like, we can't just dump product when we find something. So it's like, well, we got to finish up the batch that we just made, move that out, and then you move into the next stuff. And at the same time, you don't want to, just release like 16 products of the exact same thing, and it's just like, oh, there's just some, this for that, and you can sell, people that love your brand, they'll buy both of them, and that's just not how I operate, and that's not how I think. I'd rather constantly evolve the product, and if I can get a product like, for example, Papa Cut, where it can be more aggressive, but it finishes down even finer and eliminate that, even almost that need for a cleaner polish, where we can now step, and then therefore you take, fabulous polish and you refine that down into a jeweler. I would rather sell Papa Cut and fabulous polish, a finishing polish, because that's what it is. It's fabulous finishing polish, and it should be a finisher. It should be, you should have that ability to walk away, make it look like a diamond. And so that's kind of what we're doing. And you're constantly, and I hate to keep hitting that drum, but that's what EOD is. You're constantly evolving the products. We're constantly, looking at different ingredients to say, hey, can we do this, but do a little bit more. Mm-hmm. And I want to save people money, especially as we're moving into the this next phase of global economics. Things are going to get a lot tighter for a lot of people, and there's guys out there, like Clifford, Big Red. You're working on a budget, and you're trying to feed a family, and you're trying to make ends meet, and you have no idea what is in store. And who were we talking to in the very beginning where we said we'll come back around to this, put a pin in it about, the season is coming to an end.
Yeah, my detailing season's coming to an end for winter.
Who said that? It was, I don't remember. But I said that we'd come back around to it, and I'd like to get back around to it. I'm trying to scroll through the comments and see what I start. But yeah, the season is coming to an end, and because of that, like we were even hoping, we were hoping that we would get one more good month out of the season here on the East Coast, and things took started getting cold, started getting rainy. Ian didn't help at all, and
Rob L.
Oh, Rob L. Okay, yeah. So Rob L. Let's talk about what are we doing to get through the down season. I think that it's a lot of it stems from making the products right, and if I can get a product that can do more for the end user, boom. Okay, there you go. If you can do more for the end user and save them money, I think not only do you build a lifelong relationship with that customer, but you're also in a way paying it forward, because they have a little bit extra money in their pocket that they can not only just provide for their family, but maybe do something nice for their family. Instead of being able to just go out and buy the bulk chicken, maybe an anniversary or a birthday party or Christmas is coming up, and now they have an extra $25 that they can give their kid a present, as opposed to just hustling for chemicals. There's a lot of products out there that are really expensive, and they don't necessarily do a better job. I think that like when Pan was talking about the soap, for example, the product that came in number one in first place, and he said it was marginal. Like he said, the differences between the soap were marginal between my soap and the next guy up that took number one spot. But from what I understand, and again, I haven't researched it, but like again, I have a really good team that I work with. That soap is almost twice as expensive as my soap. So, let's just say we never changed the formula. Let's just say that we kept things the same. It's a good soap. It's a solid soap, and we'll just make a good number two soap. I think cost goes into that. I think cost should be a consideration to a good soap versus a number two soap. And if the differences are so marginal, why would you go for a soap that costs twice as much? So, but that's not who I am, right? So there's two sides. There's the hypocrisy that is there. I'm a prideful guy. You know what I mean? I am a prideful person. The sins of a father are passed down from generation to generation. And my, I've only known my grandfather. He was a prideful guy. Going back to that senior day class, your grandfather would be so disappointed in you. He's a Burkett. You're a Burkett. So the pride is, I'm going to be number one. I'm going to make a better soap, right? That's the end of the day. All right, and number two. All right, next year I'm going to be gold. Let's do this. And we go in there, and I get, I go with the most experienced and intelligent guys that I have worked really, really hard to build a relationship with. Brian from Apex, and he comes into the warehouse. He's coming in again tomorrow. We're going to play around with some more stuff tomorrow. We got some really, really, really cool things that we've been collaborating on that I can't really get into, but I can. Full disclosure, I can get into the soap, and we made it better. We made it better. Like this hyper concentrated soap is so slick, and it is surprised. Like it's I guess the way that Brian described it was, how is this not greasy? How is this not leaving a residue on the surface? It is so slick. It is so slick. How is it not leaving residue behind? We did it. We if you change this and add that, you do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then what the cool part was is that I set up 2 buckets. I did 1 ounce in a measuring cup and 1 ounce in a measuring cup, and I put them both into 2 different 5-gallon buckets, and I filled them up with equal amounts of water, full, and then and mine was not part of any of this. And so then we went out on the side here and in those 2 buckets, and I had a test hood set up, and I said, play with it. And so he put, he blind test A and blind test B, and he was like, blind test A is considerably slicker. And I was like, that's the new soap. That's it. That's the new soap. Kobe. So, it's not enough to just, so you have to be able to try to balance all of those things. Cost. In my soul, you could charge a premium for that soap, because I mean that soap is, and I get into a constant war with my marketing guy, because my marketing guy is always like, if you don't charge more money for these things, people are going to think it's crap. People are going to think it's cheap. People aren't going to buy it because it's cheap. Oh, how can you have a premium soap for $10? I'm out. It's trash. I'm going to buy this other brand that costs 3 times as much. I'm going to pay $60 for a gallon of soap.
What's the pH level?
It's neutral, pH neutral. It is 7.5 tops. I mean, I can go. You want me to go run it here? Entertain them for 5 minutes.
No, I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Yeah, I'm gonna get the new soap hopefully next week and test it out. I thought the original soap was awesome. I thought the original Papa Cut was phenomenal. So I can't wait to play with it. Let me give you guys a sneak peek of. Show you guys what I'll be working on. A lot of you guys have seen it already, but this Lamborghini here. Oh yeah, I call it the Minion Mobile. It's a Chevy Aveo. Hopefully you guys can see that. Oh, I'm stuck. Boom, baby. I'm going to be testing that out. Oh, man, I got my cord wrapped up. Hold on, guys. In the world. All right. Sorry, guys. I got my cord wrapped around my wheel on my cart. Dagnabbit. But yeah, so I'll be detailing this Lamborghini tomorrow. I was supposed to do it today, but it's just crazy busy right now. And like I said, it's a Lamborghini Aveo. I'm sorry, Tracy. I call it the Lamborghini, but it's just a Chevy Aveo. It's like a chalky yellow. It's so sun faded, and on the wing the clear's all peeled off of it. But yeah, I'm gonna restore some vibrancy back into this yellow. I mean, the Minions are gonna love this thing.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready? There it is.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna pH it right here for you guys to see.
Yeah, I don't play around, man.
How we gonna play that? Can it also be used as taco sauce?
I wouldn't recommend it, but it's pretty,
Disclaimer: do not put on your tacos. You'll have the cleanest tacos around.
Tell me where it goes.
Right. To your bottom right, I would say.
Oh, my bottom right.
Right there, maybe. You guys agree with me? That looks like 7.
Come on, focus. Focus. There it is.
Yeah, it's right around 7.
It is 7. Look at that.
Hey,
Telling you, man.
hey.
This stuff cleans like crazy. It is unbelievably concentrated and it's unreal slick. And if you put it into a foam cannon, like we talked about before, you put it in a foam cannon, it stays. It doesn't run down at all. Like I again, I don't know what it does in the wind. And I'm sorry for that.
Well, we need a video. You need to go out in the wind and spray it directly into the wind.
Try to make a wind resistant soap for you next time. But in the meantime, this stuff is unreal. This stuff is unreal. It foams like bananas. And
Rob L is back. Power's back.
We got, hey, Rob L, we were just talking about you. And I'm glad that you're here.
I'm not talking about you, but your comment.
Right. We're talking about the fact that when old man winter is knocking, winter is coming, and what do you guys do? Like, I was hoping that we'd have at least one more really healthy month that we could, like the ants and the grasshoppers, and the ants could charge up their we could get fat before winter and then ride it out. But now, what are we going to do? So as a detailer, and if detailing is your primary source of income, how do you get through that? I mean, not all of us live in sunny California where, the sunshine is eternal, but especially a lot of guys in the Midwest, it's brutal. Brutal. I think Alex, you're from Illinois. What do you do in the winter season?
I'm glad this is not much. A lot of people don't realize, like, I get a lot of people commenting and telling me that use Phoenix E.O.D rinse wash. That's in the making.
Hey, it'll be here Friday for final review. We get final review from all of my field agents, and then that puts us at October 28th, which means I got 1 month of production because I am planning on launching the Hydra rinseless wash on Black Friday. It's going to be part of the sale. As always, you guys know that I love Thanksgiving and I love the 4th of July. Those are my two favorites. Those are my favorites. And we try to blow the doors off on Black Friday. It's bad for sales now because everybody knows, oh, well, if I just wait a month, Phoenix is going to, give it away.
This flies bugging me.
But I don't care. It's for me, it's never been about, it's never been about the money. It's about you guys. And, the money will come later. And that's the whole pay it forward kind of thing. So for me, I have a full-time job. Detailing is a passion that I do on weekends in the spring, summer, and fall. Okay.
It's not my bread and butter, but it is nice, to have some side income, the corners are just getting dry these days, man. It's not working for me anymore, so I had to turn to detail. On a side note, a lot of people don't know they think I'm a detailer because I have a banner that says PapaSmurf Detailing and whatnot. But yeah, I have a full-time job. We own our own shop, mechanic shop, and that's what I do Monday through Saturday. I have a beautiful family I spend time with, so trying to make time to dabble in both has been really tough lately. But family first, YouTube last. My hat goes off to those people that dedicate their literal job to YouTube and whatnot, because it is a job. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. It is a full-time job to, let me rephrase that, to have a successful source of income using YouTube and your channel. It is a full-time job and a half, I'll tell you that. I need to be a field agent. Ooh.
Everybody wants to be a field agent.
Oh.
You know, not that I like. I would love for everybody to be field agents, but you know, most of it was built off of like field agents. My field agents became or were based out of a relationship that's been, you know, built over years. I was with my old company for 8 years. And you know, and I met a great deal of you guys through that. You know, and I'm going to put the I think I didn't want to do a Phoenix origin story in the first video because you know, it's kind of like a Batman remake. Like, okay, we all get it. Yeah, your parents were killed. Blah, 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 you're the Batman. Yeah. You know, everybody gets the story. Everybody knows the story. So I didn't need the first video on the channel. Obviously, according to Brian Yoda, I need to have a, you know, who we are, an introduction video, and that will come later. But as far as you and me are concerned, I didn't need, and everybody in this chat group. I mean, I know everybody in this chat group so far. They don't need an origin story. So we just cut to the chase. But I don't know where I was going with that. Where was I going?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, that's fair. So we'll watch the video again, and I'll get where we're going with this. But Star Wars or detailing cars? Oh,
Detailing cars.
Yeah, Brian. Oh, yeah, I know where we were going with this. It was the field agents. So you know, you have like 8 years of getting to know. Like, I didn't even want to talk to you in the beginning, Eric.
I know you did.
I didn't even want to talk to you. It was.
I emailed you, and I was like, "Hey,
yeah,"
and you were like,
you should talk to this guy. You should talk to this guy. And I was like, Steve, get out of my office. I just, you know what I mean? I don't have time for this right now. I just, you know.
You guys heard it, right? He didn't like me. He didn't even know who I was.
I want to talk to you. And Carazino kept busting my chops about it. And then finally I was like, all right, I'll give him a call. And then I called you and the rest is history. I love you, PapaSmurf.
Yeah.
Forgive me. But anyway, the point of the story is that as far as field agents are concerned, I have you guys that were very inspirational to the forming of Phoenix E.O.D. Very motivating and very supportive. And then there was also, but I would say that like the bulk of the heavy lifting of my field, my application engineers, the bulk of them are local guys that I really, really admired, that put out phenomenal work, and that quite frankly, they don't mind that I come to their shop and sit and hang out and, you know, annoy them to tears over, you know, asking 1,000 questions. And so,
yes.
That's exactly right. That is exactly
who was born.
And that's, you know, that's really where the heavy lifting comes from. Ryan from Waxworks, he lives like 20 minutes down the street, and he puts out, he makes a masterpiece every time. I mean, it's art. He does art when he does detailing, and it doesn't matter if it's a Mazda or a McLaren. He does art. You know, it's really, I probably shouldn't even tell the story, but I'm going to tell the story anyway.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sit
back. This is a PapaSmurf exclusive story. Shouldn't tell the story, but I'm going to, and it doesn't matter. So I had, we found gold with the new Papa Cut, right? We found gold, and it was, it is a true masterpiece. I can't talk about it enough. I know it's my product, but you know what? I don't care. I'm willing to admit defeat when I'm defeated. And unfortunately, I'm not bending knee to the new Papa Cut. It is It's unlike anything. Anyway, the point of the story is that because PapaCut is now as phenomenal as it is, we needed a new fab polish to be able to dovetail with it. Like, so instead of more of, I mean, and Tim can tell you, he's used the new Titan Tim Shiny Light Detailing. He's used the new fabulous polish that we were working with. The fabulous polish as it is, it can go really both ways. It has that cleaning power. You use a firmer pad, it can clean things up. Use a softer pad, and it finishes down real nice. But I think we wanted it to finish down even better. We wanted to jewel. We needed a jeweler. Tim from Shiny Light has been talking about a jeweling polish for as long as I've known him. And I think that's, we were really in a good place to do it now, because of how well PapaCut works. You can really do. We're in a good place, right? PapaCut does 95 to 98% of the heavy lifting, and then the new fab polish, when it's completed, is going to just be the cherry. But anyway, so I have the chemist down here at the warehouse, and he's showing me this polish, this new formula for the new fab polish, and he's talking to me about this, that, and the other thing, and I really don't see the differences. I think this is what you're looking for. And we had previous samples of it from the first test batch that was made. Titan Tim got a batch of it, a bottle of it, and then my guys from around here got bottles of it, and unanimously across the board they were like, nope, it doesn't pass the mustard. It's not as good as the current stuff, and it's certainly not better than the current stuff. And so.
So I'm trying to get rid of this glare that's just on my shirt.
I think you look good. It accentuates your bosom.
My bosom.
Oh, anyway, so unanimously, Tim and Ryan and a bunch of other guys, they're all just like, yeah, it's not as good, and it's certainly not better. So, get this crap out of here. Bloop. And so, I went to, when we're working with the chemist, and the chemist goes, I don't see what they're talking about. I'm sorry, but like, we got test hoods, and we were playing with it on the test hood, and he goes, I can't see a difference between the old stuff and the new stuff. So as far as them saying it's not as good, I have to disagree. And I said, I'm not the guy that you should be telling this to. Okay, because I don't know, you have that ability to just, like when you were talking about how the paint talks to you. Well, so far the paint doesn't talk to me. It doesn't. It doesn't even answer the door. It doesn't look in the window, and I'm like, come here, I'm here, and the paint's like, turn up the volume because I don't want to talk to this guy. So anyway, I said, I'm not the guy that you need to be talking this to, and so I called Ryan and I said, Ryan, I need the mother of all favors. Can you come to the warehouse? And he was like, yeah, no problem. So he comes out the warehouse, and he tells the professor exactly what's up. And the professor is like, all right, stand over there, go in the other room. And so he did, like I did with Brian, the blind taste test. So he did one black pad with one version and one black pad with the other version. Didn't tell you which one it was. And then we call Ryan back in, and Ryan works the hood. One side, works the other, and he just goes, that's the old stuff, that's the new stuff. And the professor was just like, how do you know that? How do you know that? And then Ryan pulls out that little light pen that he has, and he's just like, blink. Look here, right here. When you see where the light hits exactly in the hood, you got this tiny little ring around the light. That's how you know that this stuff is trash. The other stuff at least didn't even give you the ring. So if you're going to tell me that it's as good, if not better, it's trash. It's trash. And And then I'm not going to finish the story because then it gets, you had to make a power play, and it gets ugly where it's just like, well, guess what? Like, I'm just going to withhold.
Get the gist of it.
Yeah. The point of the story is that the paint definitely talked to Ryan, and as a field agent, that's the guy that you want on your team. That that not only does the paint talk to you, but he tells the paint what to do. Let me tell you, you know what I mean? And it was right. From my point of view, it was a really, really cool position to be in because it was just kind of like, say what now? You know what I mean? It's like, what now? You know? Yeah, I enjoy that, but that when we're talking about field agents, that is exactly, that's really what it boils down to. It's the relationships that I built over 8 years that I trust, because again, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but I'm not the guy. Like, I'm not you. I'm not the detailer. I'm not the guy that's trying to make, money for his family. I'm not that guy, and I've said from the beginning, I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm not. My job is to get the smartest guys in the same room. Period.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are, what you look like, your backgrounds, your gender, your orientation. I don't care about any of this stuff. I need the best of the best of the best in the room so that we can make the best of the best stuff. And we work really hard. And something else that I could probably use your experience on. Something that I'm discovering as we get more and more popular and we're building a fan base, and the Phoenix family has definitely grown every single day.
They found me.
So there's a very popular YouTube influencer that just did a review of Titan.
Yep.
And I'm reading the comments, and I was told, I was Joe Rogan experience. Don't ever read the comments; it'll just drive you batty. But at the same time, I feel that reading the comments goes a long way for me as far as the company is concerned, because I want to be able to address questions and comments. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a concern, or that's the only way that I'm going to hear that maybe it didn't perform for you the way that it's supposed to perform. Oh, I tried Titan and it left streaks, and I want to know why and how. Like, because it hasn't happened to 99% of the Titan using community. It's never left streaks on. A good example of this is Fernando. He ended up getting a bad batch. So a lot of times what will happen is, you put an emulsifier in there and you get to a saturation point where the chemical, like when you pour salt into water, and you're stirring it up, and it gets to a point where it won't dissolve any more salt. That's the saturation point, right? And the salt settles down to the bottom. Same thing with any other solution. You can oversaturate something to the point where it's oversaturated. So you're making Titan, and you put too much emulsion in there, and it won't. It's oversaturated. The cool thing about emulsions are they'll just float to the top. And then if you let it, you're supposed to let it sit for a couple of weeks in one of those drums over there, and then you skim it and clean it all up, and it looks good, right? That's the natural process. But when I did that tour of the South, we ended up having a drum made that didn't get skimmed, and so there was a handful of people. I mean, luckily I caught it when I got back, but there was a handful of people that got a pretty heavily emulsified product, and it turns kind of gummy. The emulsifier turns kind of gummy, and if you suck it up into your trigger, it'll clog your trigger. And so basically that's what happened to Fernando. But he was cool enough to reach out to me, and he took a picture of it, and he was just like, so I'm having this problem, and I don't know why, because I've never had this problem with Titan before. Took a picture of it. I go, there, that's the problem right there. Let me send you a fresh bottle. I sent him a fresh bottle, and everything is perfect the way it's supposed to be, right? So I'm reading these comments on this YouTube channel. And 23 Do the Do. You guys all know him. You guys know from your chat group.
Yeah.
You know him from your chat group because he's a big follower of yours.
Definitely.
And everybody and anybody that knows him knows that he does not work for Phoenix E.O.D. He's not even a field agent. I don't even know his first name. I just know him as 23 Do the Do. And I'm probably wrong for not knowing his name because he is very active in your group. But he made a comment on that channel, and he was just like, I love Titan, and I love Titan's customer service. And then some clown just wrote, like, spoken like a true employee something or other. Like he was an employee. Oh, laughable. It's laughable. Spoken like a true employee of Phoenix. Laughable. And I don't understand where that stuff comes from. You know what I mean? First and foremost, I'm trying to help you guys make a living and take care of your family. And at the same time, I'd like to make a living and take care of my family. Right? That's how this relationship works. We're all in this together. I'm going to give you a premium product at the best possible price, so that there's enough for me to have a meal as well as you making enough to make a meal, right? Like I think that's what it's all about. And I don't understand how to get around that. Again, talking about being a prideful person, this guy Do the Do was genuinely being really nice. Yeah. And then some ass clown out of nowhere without any facts or anything. Like there's no factual basis on that. It's just an ignorant comment, and I don't know how to get past it because I feel like so many things go unchallenged. He doesn't work for me. I think my response to him was like, unless the dude wants to do a 13-hour commute every day to the warehouse, he doesn't work for me. So I don't know where you're getting your facts from.
Yeah. I had some guy tell in Brian's group on Facebook, we were talking about Titan, and he said, of course you're going to say it's good. You're in bed with the company. And that's what he told me. I said, what? I'm in bed with the company? I'm like, yeah, I help develop products. Yes, I know, Aaron. Yes. But at the same time, if I didn't like Titan, there's no way I would tell Aaron I liked it as much as I did if I didn't like it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in bed with the company. That really kind of
yeah. Not only that, but here's the thing: like the amount of manpower and man hours that went into this. You kicked back PapaCut, I think 3 or 4 times.
I think 5 or 6 times.
Yeah,
the 6th iteration was the one.
We didn't just throw out a product with your name on it. It was like, you know what? First and foremost, I'm completely and utterly humbled that you allowed me to collaborate with you on that and put your name. Like I take it personally because I put your name on one of my products. And so therefore I have to have a standard that exceeds your standard because of how much trust and faith and kindness that you showed to me. That being said, we didn't just launch any old product. Yes, I have all of my field agents and we're all collaborating all at the same time, but it's not until A, it's unanimous across the board that we have something special, and B, until you sign off on it because it's your name on the product. And so although, Aaron, I forget what that comment was on the other. You remember that comment they were talking about? We made the product for you or for Brian for maybe.
Yeah, Phoenix makes the products for Brian. Yeah.
I don't make products for Brian. I don't make products for Papa Smurf, but I make products for everybody with their help. Because again, I need the talent to tell me what to do. Otherwise, I don't know what to do, and I'm going to give you something that's mediocre, right? I am. And I'm grateful that we have that relationship. You and I have that relationship where you can say, it's not that good, buddy. Can we tweak this? Can we refine that? Can you make it a little bit more aggressive, but give it a longer cycle time? I think that was your biggest critique was cycle time and aggression.
But we went through the paces, we went through the formulas. I tested, and then we finally, like I said, I don't know how PapaCut could get any better than it was, but
Wait, you have it in your hand. You have it in your hand, son.
I'm gonna use it tomorrow.
Yeah. We expect the next video to be all about the PapaCut 2.0.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you know what? Steve Ozu has a very good comment. The most negative comments come from people that have never even tried the products. I cannot express how many people do that. They bash a product and they say it's not good and they've never even used it. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. That goes into pet peeves.
Yeah.
Well, have you used it? No. Well, I heard this person so-and-so say this and they... Come on, bro. My biggest saying, I say it all the time. I say it to my kids. I say it to my wife. You can't knock it till you try it.
Yeah.
Can't knock it till you try it, baby.
Phoenix Prestige Interior Detailing Awards. I don't know. I know that I'm not supposed to take it personally, but I just feel like I just feel
it's hard.
So many things that just you just need to be pushed. Like I just want to call bullshit. I just want to call bullshit on that. Pardon my French, but like no. You have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, he's an employee of Phoenix. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where did you get that idea? Where did that come from? That fact? Where did that fact that you said so definitively? Where did that come from? Laughable.
According to Gabriel, I'm the man.
You are the man.
Pakroo with a C. Come on, bro.
You're not that much of the man.
Hey, Gabe, so much for my Niners, man. What the heck?
Nacho sauce interior dressing. See, there you go. Nacho sauce. But at the same time, I will say that from the get-go, the support really has been so overwhelming. Like I know that you're letting like one negative thing like irk you, and I get that. I mean, if it was the masses were, I think I got over 1,000 reviews on Amazon already, and they're all 5 stars.
Yeah.
So I know that you got like one negative person, but it's just that it's that one negative person that's just like, why would you even say that? First, let's just, regardless of what you're talking about, product or otherwise, you are disparaging somebody for making a living. And I think, Dave Chappelle just did it didn't just, but in the last couple of years, he did a video where he was talking about, he was young and he was, I think he was in New York City and he had his last $60 and he went down and he was watching one of those card shuffler guys, find the queen, find the queen, find the queen, find the queen. And, and he knew right where it was and blah, 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 blah. And then, he laid his $60 down and he picked the card and it was wrong. And everybody was in on it. And he, his money was gone and he didn't have, it was his last $60 in the whole world. And so he was determined to get back at this guy and he sat there for the rest of the day and just called him a liar and a cheat in front of everybody. And then finally the dude, snapped on Chappelle and he was like, don't ever come to a man in his next meal. Don't ever do that. Like, and that's all that guy was trying to do. And he was like, I learned right then and there that, that was his angle, regardless if it was, by ill-gotten gains. The guy was trying to feed himself, right? And so to speak ignorantly on something that you have absolutely no idea about, but you're just there to speak ignorantly. It's one thing to know a fact. I know factually that this is the situation, and you say it and you call the person out, right? It's another thing entirely to have absolutely zero factual base and then try to wreck a man's livelihood. And when I say throughout this entire broadcast, when I say man or mankind or manpower or man hours, obviously, me, it's not some sort of sexist thing. It is just terminology, right? But you're trying to wreck somebody's livelihood
So wreck this fly
based on nothing, like some sort of self, you're just trying to make yourself feel better for I don't know, a lousy childhood. I don't know, but I try to think of all the times that I've been outraged over stuff, and I don't believe that it was ever over, somebody trying to make a living.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's
Shut up, DD.
I just think it's love in the man's world. Oh, Diddy, come on now, come on, Lee. I just think it irks me that people bash him. I guarantee you, he's never even tried it. Nacho, man, I appreciate that, man. I really do. And like I said at the beginning, man, I started my channel to help people.
Well, if this was your channel, I would highlight it, but because it's my channel, I'm going to highlight this one instead.
Oh, I see. Undermining my Nacho. Nacho, I see your comment. Aaron just doesn't want to highlight it because it's his channel.
Hey, we got more people now than when we started. We got more people now than when we started. Are you kidding me?
We've got at least 700 people in here, dude. This is mi familia, okay?
They're all waiting around for the free prizes. So let's get to that, shall we? Let's do that. We're at we just crossed the 2-hour mark. Let's do some freebies.
Who wants some free products? Raise your hand.
Prestige is already getting Apex soap. That doesn't mean you're disqualified. Anybody and everybody can participate. What do we want to give away first, there, Papa Smurf? I know we have a busload of Tiny Titans to give out. We have some Apex soap that I want to give out because it's new and it's proved and it's the bestest. And we also have some PapaCut 2.0 that people need to touch and play with. So I got 8 prizes that we can give away. 4 of which will be your choice of either the soap or the compound. And then 4 of which will be but not everybody uses a wheel, so like a compound would not help them at all.
Keith, no rinseless yet.
So you can I guess I'll just give you the choice. You can either have an 8-ounce bottle of Titan or a full pint of for 4 people. For 4 people, it's going to be just a Tiny Titan. But for other people, it's going to be your choice of either Tiny Titan, Apex soap, or PapaCut. All right, so.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh, I just said 2.0.
Oh, okay. I thought you said oh. I just heard oh. All right, so the first question, the first person to get the right response, the right answer, this is for your choice of Tiny Titan, PapaCut, or Apex Wash. The first person to get this answer correctly, and here we go. What color was Papa Smurf's motorbike? What color was Papa Smurf's motorbike?
Ryan Mulhern. I see it on my YouTube.
Yep, Ryan Mulhern. Ryan!
Boom, baby.
All right, Ryan, what would you like? You get the pick.
Can I get 2 steak tacos with a side of rice and beans?
By the way, Tiny Titan. Okay, you got it. Titan it is. All right. Also, anybody that gets the PapaCut, either the old version or the new version, if you show up to Papa Smurf's, if you show up to his repair shop, he will buy you a taco if you show him a bottle of the PapaCut. So, free taco with a purchase of PapaCut if you show up at his shop. All right, here we go. Question.
Here we go.
Question number 2 for your choice of a Tiny Titan, an Apex Wash, or Papa Cut 2.0. What does 918 stand for? What does 918 in PapaSmurf918 stand for?
I'm watching my phone because it's quicker. Shine your light, Tim.
Shine your light. I should disqualify you because you're an honorary 4 horseman.
Okay, so Tim with Shine Your Light, you have the option, because I know you've got everything. You have the option to relay that, right? If you want.
Yeah, Tim, you can do whatever you want. And again, you've earned it. And oh, by the way, just for the record, like the kind of guy that Tim is, he refuses to let me give him free stuff. He refuses. I'm like, Tim, you do so much stuff for me. Can I just give it to you? And he's like, no, he's supporting me. I think that is, again, it's pretty humbling. But give it to someone else. So who was the second person to get it? It would be Dee Dee. Dee Dee, what do you want? She didn't say daughter's birthday. So I mean,
technically Keith Firebird.
Technically, Keith Firebird is the one that said daughter's beat. I'm gonna put Shine Your Light on the spot. Tim from Shine Your Light. Do we give it to just any person that just shouts out a word, or should we give it to somebody who actually answers it correctly? Tim, what do you say? I know. She's just a B-Day. I'm with you, Keith. I'm with you.
Hey, technically you said it was birthday, but whose birthday was it?
Was it Papa Smurf's birthday? Was it Papa Smurf's birthday? Probably. Oh, that's funny. Holy cow, my phone blew up.
Who farted? Your birthday's September 18th? No way.
I know that somebody's compensating.
Jeez, that was that little Ford Focus, man.
All right, so Keith Firebird, you are the winner. Of the soap. So again, info@phoenixeod.com. Send me your email address if I don't already have it, and you will get. Keith, what do you want, by the way? Soap or a Tiny Titan or a.
Can I apply Phoenix? Black Wolfpack. Can you apply what from Phoenix E.O.D? Are we talking about Titan on the wheels? Well, like what exactly are you applying? Because as far as protection, you've got Chronos, Titan, and Gloss and Wax. As far as protection, so. Gabriel!
Firebird, what I need to know what you want before we can move on to the next question. Come on. If you're talking about Titan,
Apex Soap.
Apex Soap. We got it. If we're talking about Titan, you can. I've seen it done, and it works well. I don't know the lasting power because that's not really what it's designed for. Again, you're talking about. There's lots of things that have multiple purposes, but that's not what it's designed for. But it does work, and I've seen it done. I've done it myself. We're always testing it. Paul Rogers down in Florida, he's done it a couple of times, and that's it. It's neat. Again, I don't know how long it lasts because we've never tested it that way.
Let's put it this way. Here's a better way of an example. You can absolutely use Titan on your wheels. If you wash your car once a week, you'll have no problems keeping that protection on your car. If you wash your car once every 3 months, that protection is not going to last more than 2 weeks. I can tell you that. But the heat generated from the wheels, although Titan is a protection, it's not going to stand up to that heat. So if you're like a car enthusiast guy that washes your car at least once a week, and you're putting Titan on your wheels once a week, that protection will continue to hold up. But if you wash your car once every 2 months, you're going to want something stronger because heat is protection's enemy. So some people wash their cars every week, once or twice a week. So if you're
again, like whenever you're applying anything like that, this applies to coatings and ceramics. You know, SiO2 is a ceramic. It's a lot easier to play with.
Immortal. Sorry, I forgot about Immortal.
Yeah, Immortal. But what I'm saying is, you know, they like clean surfaces. So people ask me all the time about putting coatings. You know, can I put this on top of that? Can I do this on top of that, and so on and so on? And the answer 9 times out of 10 is yeah, you can, but you have to make sure that the surface is clean. Now, ceramics really like clear coat. So you don't want anything in between. Like if you're applying like Kronos, you don't want anything in between Kronos and the clear coat. So I wouldn't recommend a wax. I wouldn't, you know, gloss and wax or anything of that nature. Ceramics need to be on the clear coat, clean clear coat. That's why, you know, everybody wants to know why it's so expensive to put a ceramic coating on a car when it seems so easy to put a ceramic coating on a car. And the truth of the answer is it is easy to put a coating on the car, but getting that condition of that paint to the level of perfection that you need to apply that coating, that's where the money comes in. That's the hard part. That's the back-breaking, labor-intensive part of putting on a coating. So yeah, it might just take a few minutes to move all the way around a car for a ceramic coating. You know, 2 minutes a panel, blah 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 blah. But
that's the hard part.
6 hours that you put into paint correction before that's where you really, you know, that's the labor intensive part of it. So to answer your question, as far as putting it on a tire, and this might sound like a shameless, selfless plug, and it might be, but you know, put Kraken on that tire first and clean that tire up really good. I mean, like, I don't know if you saw the Instagram picture of there's a detail shop right across the street that I just recently got to know. Envy Executive, right across the street, and they were working on a landscaping truck. So I mean, you know, they beat the hell out of that, and we put the Kraken 10-to-1 ratio, and it was probably even more than 10-to-1 because the way that he was filling that bottle, I saw, you know, the water was kind of squirting out the top, so I'm sure it was diluted even further than 10-to-1, so 12-to-1, whatever. And we applied it to the wheel of that work truck, and I mean, and it just sucked that dirt out of there. And when it dried, it didn't leave that brown residue behind. And he applied it a second time, and it didn't take out anything more the second time around. It cleaned it so well the first time around that the second time around is not necessary. Is basically what I'm trying to say. And that tire looked not necessarily shiny, but it looked clean. It looked really like that sheen of cleanness. So if you were to put that, you know, if you were to put Titan on top of it like that, that's, I mean, to answer your question, that's what you're going to get. That's how it would work. So to piggyback to what you were saying, Eric, yeah, if you're doing it on a weekly basis like that, it will perform exactly the way you want it to perform. But yeah, you definitely have to wash it and decon those wheels first.
Wash, decon, get everything. You know, I mean, you got your you can wash your car and dry it, and then apply coating, 1 year coating, and then you may only get 6 months out of it because the bonding ability is not there. You always want to make sure, like Aaron said, they like clear. You want to get rid of everything. Make sure you do your wash, your decon, grime remover, polish, paint prep, get everything off that paint to where it's squeaky clean, and then you're good to go.
All right. Question number 4. What was my high school nickname?
Ooh, I bet y'all don't remember. I bet y'all don't remember. Remember.
If you're watching this show 2 hours ago, you know what it was because we talked about it. Talked about it during the pronunciation of Pakroo's name.
Mr. Pakroo. My middle school math teacher. He used to always yell at me. He always used to have a piece of lettuce in his teeth. Mr. Pakroo! Yell at me. I'm like, I can't stare at nothing but the lettuce in your teeth, dog. Starts with a C.
Doesn't count. What's the name?
What is it? Come on, guys. Oh, Corey Mack.
Oh, Corey Mack. Holy moly.
Speaking of Corey Mack is 16 years in fire, 20 years EMS.
Hoorah. Well done, sir. I joined the fire department back in 1993. I got my
Were you like 78 years old?
Yeah, 1987. Yeah. Prick.
I'm telling you, I don't even want to say it online because I might get flagged, but I'm not even going to say
Charcoal briquettes. That's right, Keith. That is correct. Charcoal it is. JB. Corey Mack, what would you like? I got a soap, I got a compound, and I got a tiny Titan with your name written on one of them.
Hey, you know what? JB's always been right there, so I think JB should get an 8-ounce bottle of Titan.
You think so? Is that how we're doing it? Oh, all right. This is what happens when we start drinking. This happened the last time on your live stream. I think I ended up giving away like 13 bottles of Titan. Just because why not? How many people are in here right now?
We've got 18 people in here, man. We can
probably give soap. It is, Corey. It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna blow your mind.
Oh, I almost fell off my chair on live. You guys would have witnessed Papa Smurf going down.
You might want to pace yourself.
What are you talking about? This is apple juice.
Teetotaler. You might want to pace yourself.
Everyone, you get tired. You get tired.
That's right. All right. Remember, I cannot say if you're not if you haven't already bought something from me, and even if you haven't, or even if you have, but it was longer than like I think 6 months, my shipping program doesn't store that kind of information. I think more than 6 months. I mean, it does, but I have to go through the archives to dig it out. So it would just be really, really helpful if you send me an email at the address on on the banner that's not Erik's mom.
God, I hate you. I hate you.
So embarrassing. I'm so sorry.
That's great for our first live. Just put my mom on the bottom. For a good time.
Oh God, it's still funny. Oh my goodness.
I will forever remember that.
This right here is a trivia question for next year's second year anniversary show.
What's Papa Smurf's mom's number?
What's Papa Smurf's mom's phone number? Oh my
God. Have I told everybody in here that I love you?
Humberto, you're getting a tiny Titan. I don't care who you are. That's classic right there.
That is hilarious.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm tearing up. All right, I got 4 more. These are all for Tiny Titans.
Tiny Titans, the TTs.
Oh. That is brutal. That is brutal.
That's a giant. That's a quesadilla hat.
Do you like
That's
that?
not a taco. Hey, wait a minute. That looks like a girl taco hat, and I have the guy taco hat.
Let's get it on.
Got eyelashes.
Yeah, definitely. You need to pace yourself. Oh my god.
I am totally pissing myself.
I got like. All right. Anyway. All right. First person to answer gets a tiny Titan.
Oh, you need to pace yourself.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What does EOD stand for? And go.
Ooh. Ready, go. Come on. I'm watching.
Okay. DD wins again. It's rigged.
I think she's got a cheat code.
Someone's feeding her the questions, like the 2016 elections.
Keith Firebird didn't even try to win. He just put DD.
Humberto, you already got a tiny thing. Settle down, you. All right. Okay. This is a good one. This is going back to the beginning of the interview. This is for all the tacos. How old was Erik when he did his first auto repair?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Petey, you already won. I don't know what you're upset about.
Chris Murphy, 7.
There it is, Chris Murphy. Well done, sir. Wait, no, yeah, Chris Murphy up here.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Chris Murphy, well done, sir. Thank you for sticking around for this whole show. We are at 2 hours and 31 minutes. Boom. We always have a good time. We really do.
Oh, dude, it's always a good time.
It's the best. It's the best. All right. And you get a tiny Titan. And you get a tiny Titan.
Oh, man. My brother just texted me and said my coworker might have to miss tomorrow. Any way you can come in? What do you guys think I should go in?
Does it pay?
Oh, it pays.
Like the Joker said, if you're good at something, never do it for free.
That just means that I can't detail the car compressor. DD it's hard because that means I leave my brother there by himself with my dad. I'm going to have to ponder this over some tacos tonight.
I think I got one more.
One more?
Yeah, I think I got one more. And then you can just nominate people like you've been doing. So there's still a chance to win. Even if you don't win, there's still a chance to win. Tim, I don't know where I don't know what your pro tip is.
JB, Hydra hopefully will be released on Black Friday. Will it have SiO2? I believe so, right, Aaron?
What happened?
Hydra. JB wants to know when Hydra will be released and will it have SiO2?
Okay, so that's a great question. JB, thank you. He already gets a bottle of Titan. Maybe we'll upsize to a full pint.
Full pint, or send him some soap.
Oh, you know what? How about that? We'll send him some soap.
How about we'll send him an 8-ounce bottle of Titan and some soap?
Oh, man, you are generous when it's not yours. Oh, yeah, that sounds great.
That was a good question.
It is a great question. Okay, so and there's a reason why it's a great question. So you have the best of the best of people working on this project. To answer your question, my goal, and people will die if we don't meet the goal, because there are certain things that there are certain things that I just won't bend on, and JB has the soap and the Titan already. Both of them? You have both already? The new soap, JB, you have the new soap? Like, this is new. We just got it Monday. Like, we just created it in the lab over there on Monday. Anyway, so the one thing that I won't bend is deadlines, because that's my reputation. And one of Erik Pakroo's pet peeves are when people don't do what they say they're going to do. And I said that I'm going to have the Hydra ready for release by Black Friday. So the last Thursday in November is the 24th. So we will launch Hydra on the 25th of November. Or, like I said, people will die. Or at least get beaten with,
JB has the soap and Titan already.
Yeah, he said that, but I don't know how. Unless, I got. Wait, no, but I have a gown of the old still. All right. Well,
what do you not have of Phoenix?
JB? Do you want the new Papa cut? I mean, you might want to just donate that soap to somebody else, because this stuff is legit. Did you know that you can cut it 600 to 1? 600 to 1. I don't even know what that looks like. My little dilution chart doesn't go up that high. I have no idea what 600.
Oh, JB wants the Kraken.
He wants the Kraken. You got it, JB. Kraken it is.
Kraken it is, JB. Ooh. Any free issues?
So basically, he's almost exclusively rinseless now. All right. Well, on the 25th of November, you can have some Hydra.
Erik, tell Aaron to put a bottle of Titan in with my Apex 2.0. Hey, Aaron, Keith said to put a bottle of Titan in with his Apex 2.0.
Are you? I can bill you for it?
Yeah, 8 ounce.
I'm going to bill you for it.
Yeah, just send me the bill.
I'm going to send you the bill.
All right.
All
Cool.
right. So you want soap and Titan?
Well, he won I think Keith won the.
Yeah, he won the third question.
All right, so yeah, throw in an 8 ounce Titan. This fly, where I must have made contact with him with my jiu-jitsu like 7 times, and he's still flying around. This must be the boss level fly.
So anyway, the answer to the question, here it is. The answer to the question is, I don't want there to be protection in it. And what I mean by protection is I don't want there to be SiO2 in it. With a product with a true rinseless wash, you want protection in it, but not the protection that you're thinking. You want protection against scratching. You want protection against the dirt rubbing against your paint and scratching the crap out of it. So there's a lot of lubricity in it. We cranked up the dial of making it very lubricious to protect your paint from being scratched. We wanted it to rinse clean so that it doesn't leave any residue behind. And we wanted it to have a really good cleaning capability, detergent capability. So when you add SiO2 into the mix, I know exactly what you're talking about. McKee's 37914.
You back, bro? Hello.
What?
You disappeared on me.
Yeah, I know, because I'm responding to JB.
Oh, well, everything went black for a second.
You went black for a second.
Okay.
So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, because again, there's industry standards, and when there's industry standards, I'm going to go and I'm going to explore it. I'm going to check it out. It has a 4-in-1 formula, hyper concentrated, eco-friendly, and so on and so forth, and that's great. I don't know if you are a big fan of Parks and Recreation. I was a huge fan of Parks and Recreation, and Ron Swanson is my role model. I would love to emulate my life after that. And one of the greatest quotes that he ever said was, instead of half-assing two things, whole-ass one thing. When you add SiO2 into a product like this, you do run the risk of streaking, and you run the risk of all that stuff that everybody hates about that those kind of products, high spots, streaking, stuff left behind, leveling action, and so on and so forth. So the idea, especially, again, I've worked really, really hard on the Hydra formula. The idea is make a really, really good rinseless wash. And then when you're done, follow it up with Titan, right? Just follow up with Titan. It's so and Titan is inexpensive, and you can use it as a drying aid. You can use it as a topper. You can use it, you can just, so why run the risk of making a product that can half-ass two things when it should whole-ass one thing? Clean that car. Right, you're making a rinseless wash. You're not making a waterless wash. And again, that was another thing that I had to really understand. And it wasn't until I went up to Apex in his shop and we really he taught me the differences between a waterless wash and a rinseless wash and how they're similar but they're not. But they're not the same. They're similar but they're not the same. And I felt for, again, for the end user, for you, the consumer, it's so labor intensive as a waterless wash, and you still run the risk of damaging your paint. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. And I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to make that product so that you can run that risk. And then if you do damage your paint, it's my fault for whatever reason. And I can say, well, you didn't apply it properly, or you didn't roll the microfiber towel correctly, or you for 1,000 different reasons. Like, we're in this together, right? Like, we're in this together. And you're only as good as your last customer. And I want you to have the best experience possible. And so when you talk to the best in the industry and they go, waterless washes are great, you're going to use 18 times the amount of microfiber towels. So, you're in it with materials, and you're still running the risk of damaging your paint. And and you're trying to do that all in one, and you put a little protection in there and make it glossy and make it shiny, and you do all that stuff. So again, you're half-assing a whole lot of things and not doing one thing really, really well. So I'm going to make, or we are making, or we have made a true rinseless wash that's going to get the job done for you guys that are in Michigan in the middle of January. And it's kind of like, I got this detail that I have to do, but if I pull the car out under the driveway, the water's going to freeze before it hits the car. So what do we do? All right, well, let's make a really good rinseless wash so that we can eliminate all of those things you can get that out of your mind. Jason from Jason's Automotive Detailing, one of my application engineers, he washed my car in January this past year. He detailed my car in January in his shop. I got a great video of it, but he used O&R. And I think O&R has a really good product out there. And so, if you use O&R as the base, the jump on point, and then you use something like McKee's as like the next level up. What I strive to do is I strive to make the best product out there for you, not for me, but for you, the guy that has to get that job done, right? I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's what I always say, we're in this together. And I truly believe that. So you get feedback from Jason, you get feedback from Erik, you get feedback from Brian, you get feedback from Ryan, you get feedback from Tim, you get feedback from all these other guys. And they say, well, this is what we need to get the job done. Can you help me? I'd be an absolute fool to go, well, you can use what I got and you'll like it. the answer is, okay, well, tell me exactly what you need, and I'll go back and we'll make it happen. And if it's not quite good,
go back to the drawing
if it's not quite good enough, we'll change it. We'll make it better. I think this is going to be this is version 3 or something like that I'm sending you on Friday of the rinseless wash. Again, you have to evolve or die.
Oh,
I think I got one more question, by the way.
One more question.
I have not been reading. Chris Murphy, I probably missed you. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for tuning in. Everybody, please like and subscribe and smash the button. Yeah, so like I said before, if you can beat it, you'll have the whole mark. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. And I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to go out and find the best. I think Ric Flair from what was it? ECW, was that the original ECW Ric Flair? To be the man, you got to beat the man. To beat the man, you got to walk that line, right? I mean, that's what it's all about. Like, all right, I see you up there at the top of the hill.
Shoot,
I'm gonna get to the top of the hill.
I've gone through a lot of the keys, and I've used. What have I used so far? Wolfgang, Uber Rinseless, and Uber Rinseless with SiO2. And then I've used the Rio's Garage Brilliant Finish Rinseless Wash, which is another good one. But these McKees, man.
Yeah, so to answer your question completely, no, there is no SiO2 in it at all. It's a straight up rinseless wash, heavy detergent, lots of lubrication, not to be confused with protection, but it's going to protect your paint because of the lubrication. And then once that process is done, you're going to be able to hit it with some Titan, and then you're done.
You can even spray Titan on while it's wet and then dry it, and it'll be good.
Yeah. So, I mean, there you are. Nacho Man. I'm willing to take on all challengers, and if I'm not good enough, going back to the Pan the Organizer, his product review. If I'm not the best, I'm going to keep trying, and we're going to keep evolving until we are the best.
Exactly, and that's what it's about.
WCW. Thank you, JB. You're right. Yeah. I forget when ECW took over, but yeah, it was Sting and Ric Flair.
Undertaker? No.
Undertaker. Yeah. Part of WCW.
I'm just trying to act like I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I had a beer and another beer
and another beer and a fourth beer. Yeah, I get that on my Instagram feed all the time. Everybody uses it. NWO. Yeah, buddy.
Whoa.
Man, we're going way.
What about NWA?
Oh, my gosh.
You remember that,
right? Puppets with Attitude, I think is what. Yeah. Chris Rock does that in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Puppets with Attitude. Jimmy Superfly Snooker. All right, we're derailing again. All right, I got one last question, and then you guys can. We'll do Q&As for everybody. Anybody and everybody can ask anything they want. Erik has the ability to bail out of a question unless it's like really, really, really personal. I will answer everything and anything that I can. All right, last question. What day? Oh, it could go either way. All right, we'll do two questions. I do two questions. The first question is, what day did Erik and I live stream this time last year? Wrong, Huberto. I tricked you. Ha ha. What day did Erik and I live stream this time last year? Announcing the 4 Horsemen. Tuesday. Probably. I don't know.
I know it. So
that's it. That's it. Keith Fireberg, are you allowed to win twice?
No, you're not allowed to win twice. Neither are you, Humberto.
Yeah, we're going Titan already. Somebody, anybody. I know it went to 9:00 in the evening. in the house. Hello.
Everybody gets a bottle of Titan. I'm just kidding.
Give it to someone else. All right. How many people are in here?
Who has not?
How many people are in here?
There's 13 people. How many? Is there anybody in here that does not have a Phoenix product?
Yeah, that's fair. If anybody at this point, I can fact check it. So if you watch this stream later, I will know that you're lying to me. But at this point, I'll just give everybody in the chat room. And if you haven't won, you get a Tiny Titan. There you go.
Yeah.
Everybody's a winner.
Everybody's a winner.
Cheers.
I think everybody in here has a Phoenix product. Cheers.
Send me an email, info@phoenix.com, and I will make sure that you get at least a Tiny Titan if you haven't won something already. Okay? Not your band. That's not true. You won a bottle of Tiny Titan. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Black Bob's in here. Yippee! You just came in though, so you're lucky. So Aaron can rewatch this and see who was in here. So
that's true. Hell yeah! And the new soap, Rob L. Rob L.
We all want to be the first.
And just so you know, that like anybody that orders as of this past weekend, anybody that orders soap from me is getting the new soap. Right. So like the old soap is no longer even available.
Corey Mack hasn't pulled the trigger on the coating yet. Hey, Corey Mack, I'm telling you, Kronos is 1,000% legit.
I know for a fact that I'm not allowed to talk about this, but
don't do it if you can't. Don't do it. Save it. Save it.
We're working on making it better.
Ooh.
Better. I have seen
what he's saying is he's saying he's going to make his desk better. That's why he's whispering.
I have seen things.
He's seen things.
I have seen things, and we are making it better.
We can possibly look at a Kronos 2.0. I mean, just
damn.
By Kronos, I'm talking about that new taco from the taco truck across the street.
I mean, damn.
Oh.
I mean, damn. I've seen, like, after this live stream is over, I'll talk to you since we have non-disclosure agreements in place.
Yeah, you can't do it. I can't let you do it.
I will tell you some things, my son, that.
Oh no, you're not going to tell me anything. You're not going to tell me anything.
Hey, you're under legal order to shut your mouth. So.
About what?
About Kronos, about the future of Kronos, about the future of Immortal, about the future of Phoenix.
Kronos? What is Kronos? Isn't he like the god? Isn't Kronos? Are you talking about the video game?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Gods of War. Yeah.
God of War.
God of War.
Detail Works Auto Care. You get some Titan.
I was gonna say, does he qualify?
Oh, he absolutely qualifies.
Sure he does. Sure he does. You get a bottle of Titan there, Detail Works Auto Care.
Yep.
You stay till the end, apparently.
Good guy.
I'm kind of sad that Clifford didn't show up. I'm kind of sad.
You should send him one anyways.
That you know what? That belittles everybody that's here, and so I'm not going to do that. I don't even care.
But Detail Works, solid man, family man, great guy. I talk to him on Instagram all the time.
Nacho Man, you got it, buddy. I'll take care of you. You know I will. If there's ever a guy that beats the drum harder than Nacho Man, I couldn't tell you. And the best part, and I could be misspoken, but I'm not. The best, what brings my heart the most joy in this business is when non-believers convert.
When you make them believe. When non-believers,
And it's not. I'm not talking down to some, or I'm not talking trash about people that don't believe. There's a lot of product out there. There's a lot of product out there, and there's a lot of product out there that is the same thing. I mean, that was one of the bigger. That was another. Like again,
yeah, there is.
we were talking about those little hurtful, hateful comments. There are some hurtful, hateful comments that don't bother me, and there's some that do bother me. The ones that bothered me were like the ones that like we talked about already, and I don't want to go down that path again. But the ones that don't bother me is, oh, that's just like that's B&B's Slipstream, or that's Extreme's Topper, or whatever. And it's kind of like there's so many products out there that are relabeled, that are white labeled, that are rebranded, that it builds cynicism. It's natural in this industry. It is natural for your consumer to be a cynic and to be skeptical about the performance of a product, because everybody out there, even that purple bottle of absolute shite, is saying that they're the best of the best of the best. And it's kind of like, you and Fab and maybe Apex, I don't know, and Miranda or whatever get accused of being fanboys, and that you're on the take, and that you're a paid sponsorship or paying the organizers. I haven't paying a dime. I should. I probably should. You know what I mean? Because he pulls in 100, or was it almost 800,000 subscribers?
Yeah.
Like, okay, are you going to really are you going to give Brett Favre a hard time for endorsing Wrangler jeans? Are you going to give Brett Favre a hard time for or Dan Marino for isotoner gloves? Like,
yeah.
Are you really going to give that guy a hard, or Joe Montana, like in my opinion, the world's
how about
the GOAT of all time quarterback, Joe Montana? Are you going to bust his nuts for endorsing Hanes? The answer is no, you're not. So why are you going to bust Pan's balls for being paid to broadcast your product to 800,000 people?
To any, like, it's not just those people that you said. To any sports. You see all these female actors. What if it's the same thing? Like, what's in your wallet, right? What's her name?
Yeah.
Jennifer Garner. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think she actually has a freaking Chase card? Probably not.
Probably not.
It's the same thing, man.
It's the same thing. So I don't know why I went down into that dark alley, but why did I go down to that dark alley?
I don't know.
We were talking about paid sponsorships. Okay. Somebody refresh my brain. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, the screwy industry. So yeah, there's 100,000, and that dude, that dude from being the chemist from B&B Blending got on Pan's channel and broadcast to 800,000 people. Hey, we white label for 400 some companies. 400 some companies. That's an insane number. Now, maybe he was inflating that number. I don't know. I want to know what you just read. What did you just read?
I was actually looking at the time.
Oh, where are
we did on our last live stream.
Yeah.
3 hours and 54 minutes. Because I was like, are you trying to take me there right now?
No, I really wasn't. I thought we were going to do 2 hours and we're out. I wanted to do the Joe Rogan Experience 3 hours, and that's it. But we always end up talking about shit. But the point of the story is that, okay, I'll summarize. Yes, it's very easy to be skeptical in this business because there are 400 companies out there with the exact same stuff. I get it. I understand that you're a skeptic. I understand that you've heard from 400 companies that you're the best of the best of the best. I get it. So in a field of sheep, we're the black one. We're the black one. You know me, Erik. You've known me from the beginning. You've known me from the transition of the old company, which was a relabel. I get all that. Phoenix stands alone. And not because we're the only company out there that does things differently. There's other companies out there that do things differently. There's other companies that own their own formulas and blend their own formulas. I'm hoping that this is one of them. I don't know, but they're an industry standard. You went to it. You go to that bottle. So I want to beat that. Right? I want to beat that bottle. And I'm certainly not going to beat that bottle if I'm made by the same company that makes that bottle. The only way that we as a company are going to be able to compete against the best of the best of the best is if we as a company, and only, Fred,
Mr. Fred,
we as a company, and only as this company of Phoenix has the ability to evolve. We have to be able to move where the market moves. We have to be able to move where, like if something comes up behind us and is better, we have to be able to compete with them. And if we're the same company as every other company that's out there, we're just the same. And there's absolutely 0.0 way that you're going to be able to compete with that. It's impossible. So it would be different. It costs more money. The research obviously costs more money. The development obviously costs more money. And the raw materials obviously cost more money. But you do what you have to do to be the best. I don't care. The end. And if it's not good enough, then you go back to the drawing board and you make it better. And if it's not good enough, you have to be surrounded with the best people that will tell you, hey, this isn't good enough. It's good, but it's not good enough. I'm sorry, but it's gold medal or nothing.
Yeah, I hear you.
The end. Maybe it's just the apple juice talking, but I get fired up about this kind of stuff all the time. And the reason why I get fired up about it is because you spent so much money and you spent so much time and you called in so many favors. I spent 8 years building these relationships with you guys, and I'm calling in favors. These are markers, these are chips that are owed. Hey, I need a favor. I need you to tell me what is good and what is bad.
That's what, eagers me. Detail Works just put this comment about not trying to oversell a product brand. When in that one person's review, he said, I think they should do better on the branding and this, that. It's like, I'm not selling branding. I'm selling a product. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to make you buy my product, right? For instance, the best way I can put this is you got the companies that have the awesome cool bottles and the cool labels and shit, but the product's garbage, right? And then you have a product that's great because they put the money into the product instead of the bottle and the cool label and stickers and cool colors and all this crap. Like, it's like, where do you draw that line? Like, okay, we're trying to make a quality product. Now, would you rather us make an average product but have a really cool bottle and sprayer and label and all this so it looks pretty? To some people, that's what they want. They want it to look pretty. They don't want it to perform. But what Phoenix is about is products that perform, that at a good cost. You know what I mean? Like, you buy them bottles that look pretty with the cool labels, you're paying $30 for a 16-ounce bottle for the bottle and the label. You're not paying for the product. You know what I mean? Like,
there was, and this is something that I do recognize, and it's maybe it's a shortcoming, and maybe at our 2-year mark we can go back and reflect on this. But I get an email somewhat often about how crappy my triggers are. Your triggers are crappy. The product is amazing. The trigger is crappy, and I don't disagree with you. I don't. The trigger is not the best. It's not the best trigger out there. It's not a horrible trigger. It's not a horrible trigger. You don't have to hit me so hard. But it's not the best trigger, and I get that. But the price difference between the trigger that comes with the bottle of Tite versus like the next one up, like quality, is almost $2 more, right? Trigger. It's almost $2 more for the quality trigger. And I don't have, they're over there in the lab. But I mean, I called in samples of a dozen different triggers, trying to find one that you know.
Hey, Aaron, I have to make a quick phone call to the wife. I'm just going to mute myself. You guys have to excuse me just for a second, okay?
Sure, no problem. So to incorporate a better trigger, you're looking at a whole different pricing structure, and you're going to add, you know, obviously if it's $2 more for a trigger, that quality trigger, then you're going to, you know, marketing says that you do an increase of like 2.5. So you're now busting that $14.99. You're busting that threshold of $14.99. It's really important. Like I said, it's really, really important to me that I get you guys the best quality product that I possibly can at an affordable price. You know what I mean? Like, I think at $14.99 for a pint of the best topper that I can make, you can use it on everything. You know, the questions about, does it work on tires? Does it work on glass? Can you use it as a drying aid? Can you use it straight? The answer to all those is yes. And the question is it cost effective to do that? And so the answer is yes. It's cost effective to do all of those things at $14.99. To go over that, it's nervous to me. It's nervous to me that like I no longer. I don't know if I want to. Oh God. I know what it's like to struggle. I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to worry about where the next meal is going to come from, or how you're going to be able to provide for your kid. And I've been there. And it's a horrible, horrible place to be. And if I have the ability to help anybody out there make $1 on a detail and provide for their kid and keep the roof over their house, over their family, that's the only thing that's important to me, right? So maybe that $2 trigger isn't a big deal to you, but it's a big deal to me. It's a huge deal to me. And you know, I'll never forget those feelings of uncertainty. And I think that's what makes Phoenix so successful is keeping that in mind when we're making products, and keeping that in mind when we, you know, you can charge, you know, the market will bear X amount of dollars and you don't charge X amount of dollars, or you go with a, you know, 34-cent trigger versus a $2 trigger. You know, the idea is all I need to do is get the best product possible into your hands, and then what you do with that is on you. And then make that money. And you don't have to empty your wallet to buy that product.
Check this out, guys. Look.
I apologize for getting emotional.
Nah, dude, you should be emotional. Just check this out. You see what I did here, guys? Check this out. I've got Titan in my IK spray bottle. Boom. This is my Titan right here. I put the label on it. Snap. If you want to complain about a bottle, complain about a sprayer, like come on, man. Like that irks me. Like there's an easier solution.
I want pictures. JB, I want pictures. That's awesome. I love it. I know Tim has used it on his stove. I know that my mother's used it on her refrigerator. Tighten. You can just use Tighten everywhere. It's
I
just,
clean my shoes with that stuff. I gotta get off here shortly, Ian.
yeah, I know. We've been here 3 hours. We should wrap.
It was a great live.
That's awesome, JB.
Detail works exactly, man. Since I got these bottles, Titan went in one of these bottles, man. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. I put Titan on my dishwasher, microwave, refrigerator, my washing machine, and my dryer the moment I got it, because you can't always test it on your car instantly. So the first thing I did was spray down my washer and dryer. Then my wife's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm testing. Don't judge me." Ultra slickness. I'm telling you. I am telling you right now. Nothing makes the paint feel like Titan. That's just so. When I did that Cadillac, guys, he came and picked it up. He was blown away, right? And I was like, he just kept walking around it, and he popped the hood because he's an engine bay fiend. Like, he loves just a clean engine bay. And I went that extra mile on the engine bay for him. And he was talking. He goes, "Man, he's so good." And I was like, "Hey, feel it." And I said, "Just feel it with the back of your hand." And he felt it, and he was like, "Are you serious right now?" And I was like, "Yeah." He goes, he just kept feeling it. He goes, "Are you serious?" He gave me $100 more than what I even charged him for. So I gave him, you know what I did? I had an empty bottle of Titan on top of my shelf that I threw up there after I poured it in my IK and stripped the label. I was looking for a sprayer, and I found it. I said, "You know what?" I poured out of my gallon, I poured him some Titan, I filled it up. And I was like, "When you wash it, just top it with this." And he was like, "You the man." You know what I mean? So, and now, guess what? He's bringing his Yukon to me, a black Yukon, for a full paint polish, inside, outside, engine bay. Ooh, that's going to be some work. But yeah. Shooting a video using Phoenix. Yep. Hey, I'm telling you, man, you'll love Chronos, man. You will absolutely love Chronos. Very viscous, very thick, and you would think with it being so thick, it'd be hard to wipe off. But dude, it's so easy. Are you still listening?
Yeah, so Eric, make sure that you tell everybody. Oh, wait, this is my channel. I forgot. So I'll tell everybody.
Yeah.
Make sure that you guys send me an email to info@phoenixeod.com. And anybody that hasn't won a prize already, we'll get you a prize. Okay? That's how it works. Today is everybody wins on the first broadcast. Everybody wins on the first broadcast. But I will check this broadcast, and if you're not in the broadcast and you email me later,
you're done. Mina said Chronos is fantastic. Mina, have you used Chronos? I'm assuming you have.
be Phoenix E.O.D. That's a good name.
Oh yeah.
Eric, you walked away and I got emotional. You're supposed to keep me in check for this kind of stuff.
I'm sorry, man. I had to call the wife because they were texting me and stuff and doing all this. I was like, I was trying to call my daughter because she keeps the wife in check sometimes. So,
how did she do last night? By the way, you didn't tell me. You said that you were late because you had a thing, but you didn't tell me how she did.
Well, what happened was she got to cheer for. So she cheers for 10U, which is like their category in football, but their football team did not make the playoffs. So the 14U, which is like the high schoolers, their team made the playoffs. So they invited her to cheer with the high schoolers, which was really cool. She had a really good time. It was awesome.
Pretty cool.
And she had a good time, and she's just getting so big, man. I still think of her as my little girl, and she's just growing up, and she's like, she'll call me and be like, Mom's had too much to drink. And I'm like, oh, okay. I got to come over there. And and I called her, and she's like, oh, we're just having fun, listening to Backstreet Boys. And my thing is, if I hear Backstreet Boys, Everybody, that song come on with my wife, then I know that she's had drinks, because it's that point. It's that trigger. You know what I mean? But it's all right. I mean, it's all good. She's over there having fun. I left earlier. I left all them to come over here and have some fun here. Man, you know what? You're talking about getting emotional, and I'm over here getting emotional, man. I just remember, I'll never forget, I remember where I was exactly when I was on the phone with you talking about you wanting to start your own product line. I was down the street getting food, and you said, you know what? I've got a chemist. I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about doing that. I don't know. And I said, do it. Do it, do it, do it. And when you were with your previous employer, and I told you, I said, I'm only with them because of you. So wherever you go, I go. That's what I said. And I'm damn proud of you, man. I'm damn proud of you and Phoenix, and everything that's come about. Because damn phenomenal products. And like you said earlier, I can't thank you enough. I mean, you were telling me I thank you for being a part of this. Well, thank you for letting me be a part of the Four Horsemen. And I hope one day we all get to sit at the same table soon and enjoy. And it's like our friendship stems further than products, detailing, and this and that. If you didn't have Phoenix, and if we didn't even have detailing, I would still love to come up to where you're at, barbecue, hang out. You know what I'm saying? It's like people think I'm biased. It's like, look, check this out. I call it how I see it. If a product works, it works. And that's why I stemmed away from doing product reviews, kind of like Phil, because Phil knows there's a lot of controversy when it comes to product reviews. There's so many good products. Like, yes, if you go back and you look at my videos right now, I will stand behind every product that I review. I will tell you every flaw in every product that I review. And it's just like, now it's to the point where I just want to make content that people can benefit from. If I make a review on a product, it's not because I'm saying this product is trash, it's not good, don't buy it. It's, if you're looking at buying this product, here is what you should know, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's like, look, I love Phoenix products. I love my Papa Cut. I love everything. Does that mean, look, let's just be real. Does that mean I'm never going to use another detailing product in my life? No, it's not. Like, I'm still going to experiment. I'm still going to use other products. I'm still going to do this. That's what transparency is about. All right. And people think I'm in bed with the company. Look, honestly, Titan is the best detailer I have used to date. I use it on all my personal cars. I use it on my GSX. Okay, but what's the rinseless wash I use? As of right now, let's just be real. I use the McKees. All right, that's being real, guys. Look, we're on the Phoenix Live. Look, hey guys, I use the McKees. Oh no,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Hopefully on Black Friday that changes. Hopefully that changes on Black Friday.
And that could very well be.
And if it doesn't, then we aspire to evolve and
Then we go back to the drawing board and we say, look, check this out. I want it to be better than this.
Right.
Because I'm not like, I don't know the person that made this. I know the person that's making something that wants to be better. So I will do anything to help that. Does that mean I'm going to use Apex Auto Wash for the rest of my life? No. Is Apex Auto Wash a fantastic soap? Absolutely one of the best soaps I've used. So it's like it's all about transparency, guys. And I can't sit here when I do product reviews and people think, okay, this is the best spray coating. This is the best. Look, there are so many damn good products out there, guys. And it's like, I've said this from the gate. I've said it from the gates. It's not about the products at all. It's about the people behind the products. You can have two products, right? Identical. I mean, you could take two products that are identical and put them in two different bottles. But let's see. You got Aaron behind this one, and you got some guy. I have no idea who made it. And guess what? I'm going to go with Aaron because he takes care of his customers. He makes sure everybody knows anything they need to know about the product. He takes care of any issues. He takes care of it. And I've said this from the get-go. Way before I was even doing live streams. It's the people behind the products. That's when we started our live streams. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm rambling right now, but it's just.
You're all right. You're all right.
It's just.
Go ahead.
I thought you were going to say something. So.
I was waiting. So clearly, the apple juice is caught up with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably a good time to wind this one down.
Yep.
There's a couple of things that I do want to address real fast. Detail Works Auto Care asked if Phoenix will be at SEMA. The answer to that is not this year. If anything at all, we'll probably do the 2024 SEMA because my so far the plan is, and I've got all four horsemen to sign off on it. Phoenix will be flying in all four horsemen into the Southern Detailers Convention in Louisville, Kentucky next year, 2023. So I think SEMA is, next week. So it's usually like the last week in October. I have no intention of doing it this year. And next year, I'm going to, I'm going to divert all funds into putting up my four horsemen down in Louisville, Kentucky. I want everybody to come out and see us. It'll be such a great time, not just because these guys are just absolutely the most amazing people in the universe, but you'll be able to Q&A all of your influencer heroes in the detailing world at the Southern Detailers Convention next year, 2023. I think it's in June. So mark your calendars. I will definitely keep everybody posted on all of that. And again, all four horsemen have already agreed to come. So I have visited with them if I could. And if I could not visit with them, I have talked to them via FaceTime so that there was a face-to-face interaction that says, hey, would you be willing to come? Needless to say, Fab was an easy sell because he already goes. So that was easy. And we'll work out all the details as far as Rob L, send me an email about that information, and I'll be more than happy to talk to anybody and everybody. I think at one point I was talking to TOC, and it was 100%. Let me be clear. Let the record reflect. It was 100% my fault that the ball was dropped with TOC. And if they're ever willing to talk to me again, I would welcome a conversation with them about selling the products.
What happened?
Send me. What's that?
What happened?
I got overwhelmed. I was so busy that I didn't do a single follow-up email. Like I reached out to him on Instagram and he was like, absolutely, I would love to do something with you. Send me an email. And then the tidal wave hit and I was just, and then one thing and one thing and one thing and then one thing.
It happens. It happens.
So Rob L, if you want to send me any information, I'll work with just about anybody. As long as you're of the same, this can dovetail into another segue. The reason why I worked with you four horsemen, the four horsemen that I work with, and I mean, if you've watched any of the live streams that we've done before, Eric, everybody already knows this, but everybody that I work with, and if you watch your videos, you watch Fab's videos, you watch Miranda's videos, you watch Apex's videos, it is 100% about helping somebody else. You're trying to pass along knowledge. You're trying to pass along information, and you're trying to help people better themselves and better their professions. And that was paramount to me. I didn't want to work with anybody else other than, because I made lots and lots of contacts at my old company.
Yeah.
But you four horsemen were selected because of your mentality. And we used to have, there's a woman that used to post on all of your videos about how it was such a marketing strategy to work with you guys because you have such influence over so many people. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that have a bigger audience. They have a bigger audience, but it wasn't about an audience. It was about sharing the same moral compass and ethical compass and desire. For me, the desire was to give the consumer the best possible product that I can make. For you, it was to impart the best possible information to those people to make their lives easier, to make them able to make that dollar, to provide for their family, to do a great job, to have their family ride look beautiful. And be, even be a source of pride. Hey, I detailed the Weekend Warrior. I detailed my car over the weekend. My car looks absolutely amazing, and heads are turning. Like that's what it's all about. So the four horsemen were selected, and I mean, I was honored. I was truly honored that you guys all agreed to it. I didn't ask anybody else. I only asked you four people, and all four of you said absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah, hell yeah,
100% support you. No matter what. Like this is a great idea. It's a great process. And we all shared the same brotherhood. We all share the same brotherhood.
And you know what? What's funny is we go back to when you were with the previous employer and you didn't want to talk to me.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, you're lying. So I reached out to Fab because I remember watching so before you knew this, me and Fab were still tight, and,
yeah.
He was like, I got all this stuff from Extreme Solutions. I was like, oh my gosh, I saw Brian. He started to do all these videos. I was like, I want to try him so bad. So I emailed, and then that must have been you. That was you that ignored me. Aaron ignored me, guys. So I can talk about it now because we're so close. And you put my mom's number at the bottom. So think of my question to you. Now I'm interviewing you. Back in the days, what was your thought process to where? What made you change your mind about when I emailed you to the point where finally you reached out. Was that you or was that Kiro that sent me the couple products? Because I did some video.
It was me that said, like, because of my position in the company, I was the number 2 guy, and I made like pretty much all the decisions. It was me that sent you the product, but it was because Carazino kept busting my balls. And you know, the best part about it, well, I mean, you can't really say the best part about it, but the part that really stands out to me is that he constantly said, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. Just talk to him. Just talk to him. Will you just talk to him? Just talk to him. He's a good dude. And I mean, and I know that I'm spinning my wheels, but the conversation happened over, you know, so oh God, it happened over several months, and then you know, and I called you up and I was like, hey, I totally lost your phone number. Hey, how's it going? And it was from that conversation that I got a feel for you, and I think it's probably my biggest gift as a human, is the ability to surmise a situation and quickly assess a person. And I get that from my father. He's my father, Colonel of the Marine Corps, very critical man, and he assesses very, very quickly. And once that decision is made, it's nigh impossible to change his mind on that. No, trust me, Dad, he's a good guy. No, he's not, son. No, he's not. All right. And I'd like to think, I hope that I learned a lot from him.
Yeah.
And much to my chagrin, I waited so long to call you. Yeah. But once I called you, I was like, yeah, this guy really is a good dude. Like, everything that Carazino said about you was accurate and it was true. And I was stupid to wait so long to return that phone call, return that email. So
I mean, that mini series I did was, yeah, and I just,
and you know, here's the thing. What's cool about, listen, I don't wish ill on anybody. No, we all like, anybody that's close to me knows the story of how things went at the end of my previous employment.
Yeah,
and everybody knows like what catapulted me into the position that I'm in now, the owner of my own company, manufacturing my own products. And for years it was, there has to be a better way. There has to be a better way. We cannot be beholden to one blender that has all the recipes, and we just wait for them to tell us what's the next hot thing. Right?
No.
And so the testimony is, it's twofold. One, when you have someone like yourself, and I know that you like to self-depreciate yourself and say, oh, I'm a mechanic full-time, I'm a detailer part-time, or I'm not a professional detailer, or all of those things. But you put out quality. We've seen everybody in this chat room, everybody that's watched this video, everybody that's going to watch this video knows the work that you put out. And it is on parallel with anything on par. That's the word. On par with the best that's out there. And we've all seen it. So for you to say that the previous product was really, really good, Fab was hyped up about it. And I wish that I could mass produce for Fab, you know, the way that he's doing now. And I private label for Fab, not private label, because he basically just uses the same product with his name on it, which is not uncommon, which is something that I do now for a lot of companies. You know, Chelsea from Attention to Detail in Lancaster, I'll make her product. You know, she'll buy a case of Titan, and then I'll put her name on it.
Mina's got a question, and so does JB. There's a 2.0 and 3.0.
For what?
Mina, what are you talking about? And then JB, is Titan a newer version? Titan is the same version. You can't beat Titan. I don't think you can make Titan any better.
But you can. But you can.
You can, but you can't. But
you can.
But right now, I'm telling you, it's the best detailer on the market.
Yeah, but there's so many people out there that say bad things, and I take it personally, and so
They say bad things about the best products out there.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We have to evolve. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
So I got Brian. I got Brian from Apex. He comes down here every week, and because I have the facilities now, we monkey around with stuff and we're playing with stuff, and we might. I was stressed before everybody goes completely bonkers. We might be on the verge of making a better Titan. We sprayed some stuff on the hood, and we did all the tests, and it seemed like, as far as like a friction test is concerned, everybody loves how slick Titan is, the feel that Titan gives.
Oh, silk! It's unreal.
No, it really is. It really is. But we put some stuff. We tweaked this little tweak, and when you did the tilt test, when you put the hood up and they did the tilt test, you have the old Titan and the new Titan, old Titan.
No way.
So it might be just a fraction faster on the friction test. As far as hydrophobics are concerned, it's the same hydrophobic. But it might be just a little bit more friction free. And I know that JB put out there a couple of comments about, it really collects a lot of dust. I don't know. I have not experienced that, but I'm sure it happens. And if we can make a more frictionless topper.
Are all products the original versions? Mina, no, not all products.
Okay, so Mina, this is the 1 year anniversary episode. So that we have been selling. We've been selling the Four Horsemen for exactly 1 year, as of 2 days ago. We launched on October 20th. And in the 1 year span of time, we have evolved into a bigger warehouse with the capabilities of doing better and bigger things. We've got a little bit more capital with us, so therefore we can explore better options and newer options. So we are constantly revising and looking for a better product. So I can tell you the PapaCut has been revised and is 100% ready for it. If you order a bottle today of PapaCut, you're going to get the revised version. It is a superior version of PapaCut. It has more aggression, but it finishes down fire. It is. And again, they're also very pad dependent. So it doesn't have to be more aggressive. If you use a normal cutting pad or a light cutting pad or even a polishing pad, it's going to perform extremely well for you, but it's going to finish down very, 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 very well. The soap is vastly superior. I mean, it's not even night and day. If you order a bottle of soap today, it will not be the same bottle of soap that you bought 2 weeks ago. It won't be. It's better. I was on back order for over a month for people that were ordering gallons of soap because we weren't going to give them the old stuff. We wanted to give them the new stuff, but we had a real supply chain issue with thickening agents. That was a real pain. Supply chains have been brutal over the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's almost like nothing's really recovered since COVID.
No, it's insane. It's insane, and especially if you don't want to go through China channels. If you're going through a different channel other than China, you're going to wait because it just is. But the soap is superior, and it is not the same. If you order a bottle of soap today, it is not the same soap that you bought 2 weeks ago. Period. End of story. In line. We're working on a new bottle, on the 2.0 version of Fabulous Polish. I think we have it, but it's still going to be a little ways off before we sell it and mass produce it.
Is Carzilla still sell your stuff?
They're obviously, everybody, including myself, wants to sell off the old stock. Everything and anything that they've already paid for. Like I've already paid for you know, 2 batches of the fabulous polish. So before I go into mass production and launch the new fabulous polish, I want to, you need to recoup the expenses on the old stuff. You can do a sale, you can blow it out at cost, you can do whatever. But I would imagine that Carzilla is going to get rid of their old stock first. They have not reordered from me, so I don't know when they're going to sell the new stuff. You can always email me directly, and we can work something out as far as direct to you. I don't want to obviously I don't want to take any food out of the mouth of Chris. He is an amazing fellow. He has been very supportive of me from the very beginning. Chris Lee from Carzilla he's an excellent fellow, and I owe him a great deal. So again, he's one of the final 8. JB, I'm telling you, JB, I'm sure it's going to take my shirt off when I ship to Canada, but I will send you. I'll send you the whole thing. I'll send you what I got. I got you down for everything, but you said you already have everything, but you just want the Kraken. But whatever. Anyway, point of the story is, he would be best interest. What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
You're going to tell me later what you just wrote. All right. Anyway, the point of the story is, So it would be in his best interest to sell off his old stuff first. So I'm probably doing a disservice to everybody that's saying that we have new stuff on the wind. But I get excited about it. I get excited about evolving, because that was one thing that the last place that fantastic, JB.
Yeah, there's only like how many people in here?
He said 8. He said there's eight survivors. 8 survivors. Everything gets upgraded to the last 8 survivors.
I think Aaron's just trying to beat our record.
I have no idea what you're talking about. By the way, we already beat it. We didn't. Yeah, by 20 minutes.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, by 20 minutes.
3 hours and 57 minutes was our live.
Where are we at now?
3:41.
Oh, my bad.
Don't act like you're not trying to survive.
This is organic, and you know it's organic.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
All right. Anyway.
So what we're saying is we're gonna have to get off here because Aaron is. I think he's ready to go because we're not gonna beat our.
What was he talking about? You totally derailed me, and it's your fault. I was talking about the last place that I worked at. They refused to evolve. They refused to do a better product.
I know.
They were stuck in whatever was handed to them. I can't do that.
No.
I refuse to do that.
No.
And if I get 20 private messages that says, "Hey, this is happening when I do this," then I have to go back to the drawing board, because I can't have that. If you have one person in 100 that says, "Oh, I'm having this problem," maybe it's user error. But if I got a majority of people saying, "You son of a bitch," November 24th, that all changes. November 25th, it all changes.
How much? Oh, cat guy, Mark, Susie, what's up? How much?
Mark, back.
You went through? Damn, just got back from dinner and y'all still on.
Not much. I promise. I haven't been drinking at all. For some reason, this bottle is full, but I don't know why. Apple juice. That's all we're drinking is apple juice.
Mark Susie, you want to talk about a fucking great guy? Oh, freaking great guy, Mark Susie.
Can I tell you something? The dude is a cat enthusiast. All right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sharing dirty laundry. I don't care.
I'm sure we all share the same.
When I'm scrolling through Instagram and I come across a funny cat video, automatically sent to him. Automatically.
Every time, same thing.
I have a friend in London that
Get the London look. Wait a minute. One second. What scent did you go with for Hydra? JB wants to know.
JB, to be perfectly honest with you. Am I allowed to say it now? Are we allowed to do a pre-release?
I don't know. Okay, let's say the top 3 scents.
The top 3 cents. Well, let me log in and I'll tell you.
Oh, he's logging in. Ladies and gentlemen, he's logging in. If you can hear, ladies and gentlemen, he's logging in.
You've definitely been hitting that apple juice.
It's just apple juice, dude.
It's just apple juice, dude.
I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. You know what I want?
Tacos.
Sounds so good. You know what makes me mad?
I had this for lunch today.
No, what makes me mad is I had there was a truck at my daughter's cheer game last night, and it was like Mexican, so we went and got burritos. Dude, trash. I felt like I was eating cardboard. I was so disappointed. All right, so you're a food enthusiast like I am. Do you ever get so mad when you try something and it tastes like crap that you need to go eat something that tastes great?
Yeah.
Am I right? Am I wrong?
Especially if it's hyped up. If it's hyped up and I'm so excited about it, and then it's just like, what? Come on.
It's like I either need to make it myself, or I need to go somewhere where I know it's good and I need to eat it.
Where is it? Hello.
I see what you're doing right now. 346.
I'm not doing what you think you're doing.
No, I know you're doing what I think you're doing.
I found it. All right. The top 3, and in no particular order. Okay. 24, 16, 17, 16, 21, 22. All right. Top 3 in no particular order. Orange creamsicle. Orange is the color. Creamsicle is the scent.
Okay.
The second, but not like in second, is yellow / banana. And then the third, but not in third, is purple / grape.
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, creamsicle.
Those are the top 3 contenders. And again, in no particular order, I'm just reading down the list. I can tell you in last place was orange. Orange is not a contender.
That's all right.
Here's something that's funny is that I learned throughout this process of the Hydra. There are some colors and there are some scents that don't play well with chemistry.
So some that you would think would play well that don't, right?
Right. Like, for example,
like pink and watermelon. No,
like for the apple in the Kraken, right? So we the little tiny sample batch that we made when we first started playing with Kraken, the little tiny sample batch that we made, it had you remember you were the first person to test it. It had this beautiful apple scent to it. It was perfect. It was.
I think I still have it up here, dude. Kraken, where you at? Oh.
Yeah, there it is. It has this beautiful apple scent to it. It was absolutely perfect.
Smells so good.
When we went to make it on a mass production, when we did ginormous vats of it, apple is a very delicate scent. It's a very light. What did you just read? Fell off the chair, everybody. He fell off the chair, everybody.
I didn't fall off the chair, just a picture that fell. So Ken made it. He said, "Oh my God, you're still on. I made it." And then Ryan said, "Welcome again. Still 2 more hours left." Oh my God, that's hilarious.
We're all friends here. I don't care. I don't even care.
Hey, you know what? Can you get a bottle of Titan? No, I'm just kidding.
You get a bottle of Titan, Ken. Congratulations, you made it. You made it, Ken. Get a bottle of Titan. Titan coming your way. Send me an email. info@Phoenix E.O.D. All right. Anyway, so you prick. So
I didn't have my certification try to attack me right now.
I think they're coming off the screen. Which one? Anyway.
Stop it.
So Apple was such a delicate scent that we ended up having to really, really, really up the amount of scent that was added to Kraken, which is kind of cool because the oil has a natural yellow tint to it. So then when we added the amount of scent that we needed to act, because there are some chemicals that just have a natural chemical smell to it. Like when you open up a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, you know that you smell isopropyl alcohol. You know, it's a very distinguishable scent, and it's a natural scent. They don't add that scent to it. It just smells like it. There are other chemicals that have scents to them. They have, you know, whether they're good or evil or bad or good or whatever, they have a smell to them. So it's not so easy to just add, you know, just dump this in there and it'll smell like apples, because apple, the scent itself, like you can do like a harsher chemical smell, like cherry. Cherry covers everything. You can put cherry in everything and anything, and it'll smell like cherry. The end. Period. Cherry.
That's why they try to put cherry in the iron removers.
Yep. And in tire dressings, a lot of tire dressings, because they're so heavily solvent based.
Solvent based, right?
Right. They have that kind of that irritating, harsh scent to it. So put cherry in there, and it'll smell like cherries, and everybody will be fine.
LiveStream gaining more steam, up to 13.
Yeah, we're coming back, baby.
Oh, look, Erik.
What?
Erik's trying to go for the win. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to outbeat.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You're lying. You're an absolute liar.
Can I tell you? Let me ask you a question. Are you learning anything right now?
Right now?
Right now.
I am learning that you just want to go on for 6 more minutes.
I'm talking about scent, sir. How
dare you? Everything.
Right, but when somebody wants apple, and we put apple into that, and when you, Papa Smurf, Erik Pakroo, agreed
apple.
The Kraken was perfect the way it was with that apple scent, and that's what we went with. When we went to an upscale, large production, Apple was not cutting it. It was not going. So we ended up having to, like, I think, almost quadruple the amount of apple oil that we put into it. But the cool part about it is that it turned it kind of an emerald blue green color.
This stuff smells so freaking good. It's so mild, but smells so good.
Yeah, but the new stuff doesn't smell nearly as good as that stuff. It just doesn't. But it kicks ass. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that Kraken does not destroy.
All right, everybody. Well, I think we need to cut it short here at 3:50.
You son of a gun! Yeah, exactly. Josh, you are 100%.
I think I've got to go. I've got to go.
At 10 to 1, you can clean anything with the Kraken. I don't care what it smells like. Yes, we made it smell like apple.
10 to 1, you can clean your Kraken. What?
You know what? Maybe this is a good place. If you can't hold a conversation with me, maybe this is a good stopping point. But according to Ryan, we need to go 6 more minutes.
It is a good stopping point.
Ryan, we got to go 6 more minutes.
I'm just. Here we are. We thought we would never top our live stream. And here we are. Aaron doesn't think that I think that I know that he knows that I know he's trying to beat our live stream on my channel. His first ever live stream is going to go for 4 hours.
All right. Moving forward, the new format is going to be, there's a reason why Joe Rogan cuts it at 3 hours. So after I beat this record, 3 hours is all anybody's going to get. Yeah. And the idea behind this channel is not only to do like the informative, bullshit about my products, You know, like we got to talk about how to use this product and how to use that product and how to use this product and how to use
Honestly,
that
I don't
product.
think anybody that's not present right now is going to hear what you're saying, but
Good.
But that's fine because this is the good stuff. This is
moving forward. What we're going to do when I interview the other 3 horsemen, it's going to be more, like I said, of a Joe Rogan / meets First We Feast hot wings kind of interview. I want to get to know you, and I want to get to know your backstory, and that's it. And it's not going to be limited to just the 4 horsemen. It's gonna be other detailers.
Oh,
it's going to be other small business people. There's a lady up the street that runs a bagel shop, and I want her story to be told. Like, I mean, she's a small business owner, and she has beaten all odds. Her story is incredible. She went in it with her brother. Her brother died, and then she just had to endure and keep the business afloat. And she makes the best bagel in all of South Jersey, hands down.
Well, I'm with it. And what's crazy is, hey, you know what? Next live we can do a hot sauce challenge with wings.
Okay. You know, here's the thing: you cook and I cook. There's no reason why we shouldn't. I could bring all of this to the backyard, and we could do a grill out.
Same thing. Like, people don't realize we're not just friends because Phoenix.
Right.
We love food. We grill. We talk more about grilling and food. I honestly,
anything else.
Honest to God, it's like an 80-20 of food versus detailing. And that 20 is detailing. It's like 80% food, 20% detailing. So,
yeah. Tim just posted. I live to cook. We're part of a carnivore club on Instagram.
Yes.
Where we all just share pictures of the meat that we're grilling or smoking at that moment. So
something's happening. I think we have to go. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
I think the in broadcast button is on my end. I'm pretty sure the in broadcast is on my end.
We've got 30 seconds and we're going to approach our record. You know that?
So anyway, Carnivore Club.
Carnivore Club.
Yeah, you guys should find us on Instagram and join because it's awesome. We send pictures of the meats that we grill personally, not just reposts of some clown saying you should try to do this. But again, going back to hour 1, Eric, those chicken ranch sliders.
My God! Something so simple, so good. Oh, so good. I'm telling you, man. Ken, that's what it's about. We topped it. Aaron, we've officially topped.
And in live stream. Ryan, just like with the girls.
Ryan just did a beautiful brisket last week.
Just like the girls that you date, it doesn't exist unless you send pics. That's the rule. That's the rule. That's how I was told. I was told, if you don't have pics, she don't exist.
Well, clearly I don't have pics unless you put my mom's number at the bottom.
And that's probably.
Hey, Rob L, man. Hey, man, I appreciate you so much for hanging out. Honestly, it's been 4 hours, man, and you've been hanging out with us. Yeah, I can't express the love, man. Honestly, like, I talk to a lot of people, and all bull crap aside, my channel's not huge. It's not this. It's not that. People aren't going to look to my channel like this is the guru of detailing, but I have a Smurf family that I love and I reach out to. And, I get new subscribers here and there, and they ask me, and I've had people reach out to me, email, DM, asking about this and that. And, I respond instantly. I'm there to help people and this and that. And Aaron and I go way back before Phoenix. I'm talking before Phoenix was even a thought. And to be where we are now, and to be part of the Horsemen with Aaron, it is an honor. I mean, to be honest, I've been working with a lot of products, and I'm telling you, Phoenix is real deal. I mean, it's real deal Holyfield right there. And it's the people behind the product. And Aaron always takes care of his customers. He always takes care of everybody. And that stems back to a little bit before where he's like, I don't want to take the comments personal. You know what? If I had a company, I would take it personal. Because you know what? That's my name behind it. You know what I mean? He's not a corporation where he's just sitting behind a desk and there's billions of dollars floating around and he ain't got to answer to nobody. He's just doing his thing. No. Aaron is Aaron. He is Phoenix E.O.D. He takes it personally. So when we go back to the drawing board and he reaches out to us, we're not just going to say, yes, this is great. Yeah, help. No. I'm going to tell you, look, this is what we need. We should tweak this. We should tweak that. We work together. It's a family. We work together. Me, Phil with Miranda, Brian with Apex, Fab. You know, we all come together as a team. And we're not just saying, I want this product. Oh, it's PapaCut. That's just for me. No. I'm going to put my name behind it because I want everybody else to enjoy it as much as I do. So for him to put his, like, this is him putting himself on the line and reaching out to us. So it's an absolute pleasure to be able to tweak formulas and get to do this and get to just have fun and just experience some incredible products. And I can't thank you enough, man. I can't.
Thank you. That's unbelievably kind and nice of you. I know that you mean that deep in your heart, and
Absolutely.
I could not have assembled, and this is the God's honest truth. I could not have assembled a better team to work with. I couldn't have. They're like the finest of the finest. You know, and there might be people out there that boast that they're a better detailer or they have a better eye for this or they have a better eye for that, but when you look at the total package of your talent and your abilities and your heart, and that at the end of the day, that's what is paramount is your heart and your willingness to help other people and your willingness to put others before you is 100% the only reason why I wanted to work with any of you guys. So I thank you for your willingness to extend yourself to me. I thank the other three horsemen, and I thank the other field agents, and everybody that's come along with me on this journey. There's a page on my webpage that is the Friends of Phoenix E.O.D, and everybody that's listed there has gone above and beyond a simple answering a phone call or answering an email. They have put themselves on the line for me. They have extended themselves to me, and they have willingly given to me the years of knowledge that they have spent acquiring that knowledge. And that's a gift that I'll never be able to repay.
I can't agree more, man. And I can't thank you enough. We've got Josh just tuning in. I don't think I've seen him in, but 90% of the products I use in my shop are now Phoenix E.O.D. Love the products, and live chat has been great. Josh, I appreciate you, my friend, for tuning in. We have surpassed
4 hours. All right. So let's wrap this up. We're gonna wrap it up. We've.
Oh, Clifford's in here again.
It is about time, man. Where have you been? Good God! I just saying how I missed you.
How are you checking in 4 hours later when you were in here earlier?
Brother of Titan Hoods, indeed. All right, so listen, Clifford, unfortunately, we are getting off. It is 4 hours and 3 minutes since we started. However, you do qualify for a free bottle of something that I'll send to you whenever.
You
anybody in the chat room, that up until this point at 10:03, and I will double check this live stream. Send me an email, info@Phoenix E.O.D. You qualify for something. I don't know what it is.
Definitely.
Make sure that you subscribe and you like the thumbs up and you push the thumbs up button. I really appreciate it. This is my first live stream. I'm just getting started, and the fact that you guys are like the fact that everybody is here.
Actually, hey, Aaron, I have a question.
Yeah,
I got a question for you. Are you ready for this?
I'm sitting down. I'm backing up. I'm sitting down.
I gotta pour a little more apple juice.
Maybe I will. All right, we'll do this together. Solidarity.
My friend, the Phoenix glass.
The Phoenix glass.
What, like, this is a question. This is not detailing related. This is not anything related. What drives you?
What drives me?
What drives you? What drives you every morning to get up? What drives you?
Why would you ask that question?
I just
at the end. At the end, why would you? That's a 4-hour conversation in itself.
Well, because I know mentally nowadays things can be extremely rough, especially from my experience. From your experience, I know what you've been through, and there's a lot of people out there that that just maybe, this may not be detail related at all, but a lot of people can't find something they can relate to somebody, relate to some process, some group, it's kind of like, so you hear people say, I go to the therapy, I gotta go to a group, right? I go to a group and I talk to people about this, right? But you know what I do? I go to a group and I talk to people like you. We could sit there and you know what? We could talk about barbecuing.
Yeah.
And that can be something as simple as that. And it drives, like, what drives you? Like, we got our family. We already know. We got our family. We got this. We got everything we got to drive to. What's that outside, right? What's that outside, that right hook? What's that outside right hook that just drives you?
All right. Yeah, that's it's a very easy but complicated question to answer. All right. So
I want to hear it.
In a nutshell, here we are. What drives me is
apple juice drives.
Apple juice drives me. Exactly. All right. So
for real. Like, Keith, that's funny, but like, I'm being real. Like,
I know you are.
Like, you got all this stuff that's going on.
So it's kind of an onion question, and so, let's go from the very top of the onion to the core of the onion. And the top of the onion is, I never in a million years would have thought that I was going to get into chemicals. Okay, that's
there we go.
I never thought of that. When I first went to college 100 years ago, I was an English major.
100 years ago, that's hilarious.
And then when I got kicked out of college, I joined the Army. I was a combat engineer. And I used the Montgomery GI Bill to go to art school because I loved drawing. I wanted to be a comic book artist. I was always in love with comic books. And
by the way, I have him as a voice artist on my phone. Don't worry about it. I won't post it.
When I got to art school and I was forced to do a whole lot of art that I didn't enjoy or appreciate or want to do, abstract art and things of that nature, it kind of really jaded me on the whole art process. But I was there for visual communications and graphic design. And then I had a really horrible accident. I spent 9 months in the hospital. And at one point in the very, very beginning, I was, clinically dead. And they brought me back. So that put me on a path towards EMS and joining becoming an EMT and paying it back, because I'm alive today because somebody
saved you.
Somebody stood the wall and answered the call, and I'm alive today because somebody answered the call. So I spent the next 20 some years in EMS paying it back. And then when that wears it, Eric, that weighs at your soul. It eats away at you, and you become calloused, and you become to the point where you cannot connect empathetically with another human being. You don't care. Bad things happen to people, and you just don't care. And that's never who I was. And unfortunately, it's kind of like the boiling pot and the frog. If you want to cook a frog, you just slowly turn up the heat. You put a frog in boiling water, it jumps out. But if you slowly turn up the heat, you can cook it. It's the same process. Like, it slowly eats away at your soul. And then when you get to the end and you realize that you my wife would say, so-and-so died. And I was just like, okay, who cares? Like, cool. Great. You know what I mean? Like, and that's a horrible, horrible position to be in. And until you can become self-aware and realize that you're in that position, it just eats away at you. So the bottom line is that I got out of the profession after 20 some years. I got out of the profession, and I went back to school, and I got a degree in business administration with a specialty in marketing. And and when I got out of school, I didn't really have anywhere to go after that. And I took a job as an intern. with the previous employment.
At Google?
Yeah, that movie, Google. The intern. So I took a job as an intern at the previous employment, and I said, I'll give you 1 month for free. I will intern for you for 1 month for free, and at the end of the 1 month, you tell me if it's a good fit. If I work for you and you like what I do, great. And if I work for you and I like what I'm doing, great. And within 2 weeks, I was working for that company.
Nice.
And then for the next couple of years, it took me, I climbed my way up to the top, second to the top. And over the course of those years, there were so many decisions that I didn't agree with, and a customer service approach that I didn't agree with, and a plateau of product that I didn't agree with. And I remember arguing. I had the same amount of investors, and I had the same amount of money that says, hey, let me invest in this company, and I'll show you where we can go. And the answer was always no. I don't want to share. Okay, it's your choice.
You knew something that they didn't know.
Well, it wasn't that. It was something that they didn't want to know.
Yeah.
It was aggressively. It was an aggressive ignorance. I don't want to do that. And I remember saying there has to be a different chemist. There has to be a different blender out there. Like, we cannot be beholden to just whatever. We can't be beholden to whatever bullshit is just being handed to us, and that we're supposed to sell as the latest and greatest invention. Like, I remember arguing and saying, you used to love experimenting and going next door and experimenting and figuring out cool stuff. I know half of the things that he made was made by mistake originally, and you know what I mean? Like, it was an original mistake, but now it worked.
Absolutely, Clifford.
Great. And you were happy doing that. So do that. And there was a refusal, and I don't know if it was just Josh,
yeah, there you go.
I don't know if it was a complacency or being tired or whatever it is that you refuse to evolve.
Damn.
But at that point, it was just like I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
So you have this backing, right? To answer your question, truthfully and honestly, to answer your question, from the beginning, I had a group of people that wanted to invest in me. You know, they've always had my best interest in mind. They've always wanted to see me succeed. They always wanted me to be successful. And they said, you know, we have this money that we're willing to give you. Go ahead and buy into the company. You know, like try to take partnership and steer the ship in the right direction. And when I approached him on numerous occasions, the answer was always no. So fast forward to, you know, a couple of years down the line, and here we are standing at the crossroads, and it's kind of like, all right, well, I talked to the 4 horsemen, and the 4 horsemen have all agreed that they would support me. And Brian, I'll be honest with you, Brian from Apex Auto Detailing, he was probably the biggest proponent of the whole thing. He was very supportive. And every time that I saw him, it was, when are you going to do it yourself? When are you going to do it? You can do it. You can do it. I will do everything in my power to help you succeed if you do it. If you do it. I'll come to your warehouse, or I'll come to your house. You can come to my shop. I will sell your product.
Let's go.
Yeah. I'll sell your product on my channel. I will tell everybody about your product. You know what I mean? But I mean, he's like, but at the same time, like, it's a two-edged sword. Like, he's just not going to sell shite on his product. We have to go through that whole process of refining. We have to go through that whole process of making the perfect soap. We have to go through that whole process of making the compound. We have to go through that whole process. But if you're willing to go through that process, if you're willing to go the distance, I will help you. And that's ultimately what we've always been. As long as you're willing to do the work, you know, like take Clifford, for example. If you're willing to do the work, Clifford, I will help you. And it's like that for every other person. I will help you.
You get all those people that talk crap. You know what? That's what we were talking about earlier. All those people that talk crap about products. They're like, oh, this product is this. They ain't never even used the product. You get the Papa Smurf chop. Papa Smurf chop.
So you have all of that background at play, right?
Yeah.
All
of it.
And then you want to know what motivates me. Like what motivates Aaron.
Damn, 25 minutes later, what motivates you? We're 4 hours and 17. I don't think I can top this, but I'm going to try.
My brother.
What is it?
My brother is what motivates me. My brother is what gets me up in the morning. And anybody that knows my story about my brother. I will show you.
I know.
Right there.
Burkett.
All right. That's my brother.
Burkett.
I wish I could zoom in on that.
It's not Burkett. It's not Burkett. It's Burkett.
It's Burkett. That's right. And what motivates me is, so my brother is a helicopter pilot. He's a V-22 Osprey helicopter pilot, Marine. And his plane crashes in Africa. And the longest story short, he ends up losing both of his legs. And I remember, wow, you're going to make me cry twice in a live stream.
Don't make me. If you cry, cry. If you cry, cry. We cry together.
He's laying in a hospital bed in Bethesda, Maryland, Walter Reed Medical Center. And
wait, how many people we got in here? We got 13 people. How do we have 13 people still after 4.5 hours? Hospital bed.
Says he pulls me in close, and I mean, he's smashed. He's smashed. A plane, helicopter landed on him, and he is smashed. And 2 Marines lost their lives, and he is smashed. And he's laying there, and he says, he pulls me in close. They can't break me. They can't break me. When I was 20 years old, I had a horrible accident. We've talked about this a little bit.
Yeah.
And I remember laying in the hospital bed, and after I woke up, I was in a coma for like a week. And after I woke up, I remember my dad saying
the bridge accident, right?
Yeah, the bridge accident. My dad said to me, and again, this is going back many, many years before we had a connection. My dad and I, we had a rough existence together up until about age 36.
Yeah.
But I remember him saying to me, laying in the hospital bed after I woke up from a coma after being dead, he said, "Don't let this become an excuse. Do not let this become an excuse."
Boom.
My injuries, all of the hardships that are going to come to me, my arm was in traction, my legs were in traction. Don't let this become an excuse. My brother had a plane land on him. They can't break me. And then after he recovered and he has these bionic legs, he says,
he's the archer, right?
He's the archer. He's a gold medalist in London. He brought home the gold medal in the Invictus Games 2014.
Take that. Take that. Boom.
He says, what is your excuse for skipping leg day?
Yeah. I don't even have legs.
What's your excuse? What is your excuse for skipping leg day? And he's doing legs. He's doing leg drills. It's on his Instagram, and I plead with everybody to follow him. Major Train Wreck on Instagram. He's doing presses, crunches with hundreds of pounds of weight. What is your excuse for missing leg day? And so that is my motivation. My first thought every morning, when we have supply chain issues, when the batch goes completely sideways and it doesn't work, and like all of a sudden everything is effed up, and and you have 250 gallons of a screwed up product, and you're just like, I don't know what I'm going to do to get over this. The answer is, what is your excuse for skipping leg day? So you want to know what motivates me every single morning? You want to know what my first thought is every single morning?
Yeah, I do.
What is your excuse for skipping leg day? And if you're not skipping leg day because you have no legs, then I don't have an excuse for not showing up.
Yeah, it's unacceptable, man.
I don't have an excuse for not coming to the warehouse. I have no excuse for not grinding. I have no excuse for not evolving.
That's absolutely that is hard, man.
So there you go. I mean, I know it took me 20 minutes to get you that answer, but that's it.
Hey, that's what drives you, man. Can I tell you something?
And then if you want to peel that onion even further.
Oh shit! All right, let's hear it.
The second part. After all of that, that's what gets you out of bed in the morning, and that's what gets you into the warehouse. And once you're in the warehouse, the answer is everybody in that chat room that's been here for 4 hours. That's the second part of it.
There is still, right now, 13 people at 4.
There was 20 some people after 3 hours, dude. Like
4.5 hours. There's still
the whole thing. The whole reason after the motivation of getting up out of bed and getting into the warehouse, the second part of that motivation is I've got people that are dependent on me to deliver the best product I possibly can.
And the thing is this. when I have a bad day, you know what's funny is like let's talk about nowadays. Let's talk about the power of social media, the power of that. When you have a rough day, sometimes you reach out to people, and sometimes each day changes. Okay, that doesn't mean that you don't think about the other people, but sometimes, like my man Clifford, this man's in here right now. We talk all the time. Sometimes we just bounce shit back and forth when we're upset. Shit bothers us. We talk to each other and we go through it, and that's what it's about. And honestly, I've got friends here in town right now that I can go to physically, but sometimes it's easier. Sometimes I'll shoot my brother Clifford a text. I'll shoot Mark a text. And we'll talk about shit. And it's like sometimes all it takes is a few things like, hey man, I'm pissed. I'm pissed about this.
Yep.
And we'll talk about it for a second, and just that quick little conversation will change your entire day, man. And it baffles me being able to talk to people because people go through their stuff, man. People go through their stuff. People go through their relationships with their wife, with their significant other, with their spouse, and sometimes people feel like they're how can I put this? People feel like they're just not vulnerable, but they feel like they're undermined if they want to talk to somebody or talk to somebody about an issue. And it's like people talk about mental health nowadays, and honestly, that is so important because it is so important.
22 veterans commit suicide every day.
So important. Like
22
all it takes is, hey man, look, I'm upset about this, and this is how I feel. And that all it takes is some other person to be like, look, dude, tell me how you feel. Just listen. And you know what, this and this. And I appreciate so much about this. And everyone thinks about a YouTube channel. They're like, oh, you're just trying to make money. No.
Eric, Brotherhood of Titans has been that from the very beginning. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but this Brotherhood of Titans has always been knowing that we're in this together.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like you could have 100 people, 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people on the internet and talk as much trash as they want. But the people that are part of the Phoenix family, they know that they're part of the Phoenix family and that it extends so much farther than just product. It is a community. It is a fellowship. It is a fellowship.
Absolutely.
If anybody, everybody needed to text me or call me or you, or I know that Brian answers every single email and text message that he gets. I know for a fact that it's the same way with Fab and Miranda. Like there's a true brotherhood that extends beyond detailing. Like it's not about selling a product. It's not about just I have a bottle of stuff that I want to sell you. It's
good. Like
how's your day
we all
going?
know it's good. We all know the product's good, but it's like, man, dude, it's so much more, man. It is the Titan, the Phoenix Brotherhood extends way beyond this, and it's just man.
Jan that I just highlighted, Norway. This cat has been with me from the beginning.
Decades detailing. Welcome in. I appreciate you, brother.
Brotherhood is international. It has been, and I'm not saying that as like a feather in the cap or whatever, but it's a universal language that we are.
I'll be right back.
We're in this together. We're all in this together, and
I'll be right back.
I'm allowed to keep talking, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I keep talking? Or you just want dead air? I don't know what he's saying. Anyway, the point of the story is that this is a brotherhood. It has been a brotherhood, sisterhood, whateverhood, a togetherhood, that we've all been in this from the beginning, and that I know for a fact that every single person that has watched this video has extended themselves to another human being in one shape, form, or another. Because that's what we do. We help each other, be it information, be it a freebie or a giveaway, be it words of encouragement. We have all been there for each other. And that is what I think makes Phoenix truly unique, is that we are in it together. It's not a catchphrase. It's not, a tagline. It's a way of life. It's in our souls. It's in our core that we are in it together.
I'm back. I'm sorry. My dog was going insane inside.
I was just talking about you behind your back. It's all
good. Okay. Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Anyway, it is now 10:30. We are at 4 hours and 30 minutes. We should probably wrap it up.
Yeah. I should probably wrap it up.
I could probably go night, but I do have a 40-minute drive ahead of me, and I have had a few of these, and so I'm going to just kind of crash over there on the futon.
Yep.
For a little bit. But
when you click end broadcast, we're going to go behind the scenes.
Oh, snap.
So I can call you up. You was saying you don't love no taco. You love no taco. Hey, I love all you guys. You know what? There's still 13 people in here. I mean, I can't thank you guys enough.
It's a brotherhood.
It is a brotherhood.
No one likes to quit or continue on. Says the guy 3 hours behind me. All right.
4.5 hours later.
Hey, what do you want? You know what? If there's a way to get him to join, what do you want to talk about next? I can keep going. I honestly.
What do you guys want to talk about?
I don't know if you heard this, but I'm my own boss, and I can come in late tomorrow if I have to.
Hey, wait a second.
You, on the other hand, you have to.
Try the McKees in your drink, man. This stuff is awesome.
Work for your brother. So sorry.
Hello, what I can do? Ain't nobody gonna watch this at the very end. Mark,
you know what? That's not true. You know what? Like I got probably 4 or 5 direct messages from your the live stream that we did last time. That was like what, less than this broad stream. They said they put it on in the background. And they'd go to work and they would detail cars, and they would work on their cars, mechanic cars, and do whatever. And they would just leave this live stream on in the background. I got to refill.
Yeah, Zach.
They'd leave it on in the background, and they would just watch or they would listen to the video, because there's so much great content in it, and it's true. I don't think that we just filled it with Phil. I think we actually gave.
Hey, does anybody have any personal questions? Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, we got 12 people watching. Who wants to ask Erik Pakroo the most personal question? This is actually Erik's interview. So who wants to ask Erik anything you want to ask Erik? And nobody.
That's okay. That's all right.
Look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Boom. 4 hours. You could almost work an entire day and take a lunch break. This is better than a podcast.
I'm supposed to have tomorrow off, and my brother was like, good night, I'll be here for 4.5 hours. Ryan Mulhern, thank you, brother.
Ryan, I so appreciate you. And you know what? Ryan was here from the beginning, because I actually thought that Ryan was Ryan Hansen and not Ryan Mulhern. And I
know exactly what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I called him out, and I was completely.
I still have not found out who that Brittany girl is. But she's stalking my everything, dude. Sometimes I think I feel like she's watching me outside my house. Well, I think we should call it, man. And then back we can chat for a sec.
Sounds good. All right, everybody. The last 12 people standing. Again, email me, info@Phoenix E.O.D. I'll be sure to send you something. I truly appreciated tonight. The live stream was absolutely epic and amazing, as always. You guys are absolutely epic as always.
Ryan Mulhern wants to know what my brisket rub is. That's awesome because it's not detailing related. So what you want to do is get your Killer Hogs.
Hog, that's what I use.
Get that Killer Hogs TX brisket rub and that Killer Hogs hot barbecue rub. And you want to do both.
100%. All right, gentlemen, ladies, everybody that's watching, we'll do this again. I don't think that I want to do a live stream like Erik does, like every week, but maybe monthly. But I definitely will put out more content as far as like instructional videos on the actual Phoenix products.
Screw that. We have to be 4 hours and 34 minutes.
I'd like to, I don't know if I'm allowed to because of the people that are in play. I'd like to show you guys some of my process of like Brian from Apex is coming in tomorrow. We fooled around with
shoot a video, upload it on the channel.
I don't know if I'm allowed to though, because a lot of the stuff is top secret until it happens. Like,
stop talking about it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, does the talk about 11 spices until it's done? The answer is no. He doesn't do it. So anyway, I'd like to show you some stuff, and hopefully I'll be able to show you like us making the soap because that was a lot of fun. And if I can get him to make some more soap this tomorrow, that would be great. If I can't, I can't. But whatever. But we do have a lot of stuff in store, and the fact that this facility has allowed me to really open the door.
Facility?
What?
Spell facility.
Facility?
Yeah.
FACI.
Get out of here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we
FACILITY. Don't be a dick. The point of the story is like we can do all kinds of cool stuff, and our ability to explore and innovate has been like quadrupled. So tomorrow, Brian's coming over here tomorrow. We're going to be playing with some stuff. I think we're going to be actually dabbling in some coatings just to see what we can and can't do, what we can tweak and what we can't tweak. Obviously, it requires a facility with like really superior technology to do what we want to do. But we have the ability to do some groundwork here, and I'm excited about that. Other than that, stay tuned. I so truly appreciate you guys coming out, watching it, supporting, subscribing, liking, the whole 9 yards. It's my first video. I'm sorry that we ran so long. I know that a lot of people don't have that attention span, but there are some true people in here that have stayed the distance, and I love you for it. Stay tuned. I will bring you the best content possible because we try to do the best we can possible. And on that note, I love you all. Be well, be safe. If you have to drive safe. And I'll see you guys on the next one.